That TP is going to be taken, and they will be far, far away.
Does he go in?
He's going through, and there's one! A little more would have been beautiful. Yeah, it's only going to be the Marshal removed in the end. XLG, a comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think ultimately, if you'd lost the rifle, I think this was the timing. I was so ridiculously close to potentially just having the full force of Payprex swinging in onto them. Of course, for either side, like we've seen some strong results. Obviously for Payprex, I think it's over the last few months, they're 5-0 on this map. So it is a very bold call to pick into this as a choice. Although a dominant victory for XLG versus DRG maybe is the reason. They were stellar on their defensive side, but then again, we didn't get to see much of the attack.
Round 3, few upgrades over on XLG. They brought another rifle through. They've got a Bucky.
I was about to say, is the Bucky the upgrade?
And you know, you see, no, the other rifle, the fourth rifle is, to be clear, that the Bucky is an interesting choice. On defense, you can see there's so many areas that you can use shotguns in, whether it be Lamps or Hookah. We've seen rounds won because of Judges, Buckies, or even Shorties. Yeah. But on attack, it's a little bit harder to find space to use that.
Well, yeah, it's currently using the Sheriff as a primary weapon and the Bucky as the backup. Maybe if they can get into some sort of post plant where he has his utility available, but they're just looking to put a little bit of pressure back towards long. Prowler will be used by Patman. So they will have a reasonable idea. Again, it seems like XLG's planning for the most of this is to try and sell a ruse on either side, and it's worked. They've kept 3 players over on A. They've put smokes in on that side of the map. It's whether or not the rest of the team now rotate in towards A, and whether or not Payprex get back in time. They were halfway to the B side.
Yeah, of course, after losing all that B-long control and a player, now the rotates come back through, players flood the site, and Payprex are here on time. They're ready for the battle, but the smokes are blocking them out as the plant goes down. Undeniable. Something, though, has managed to find 2. That should be mostly, if not all, through the smokes. Another from Jing, but they're holding on. They still have a chance on XLG. 2 players sitting inside a bathroom. The flash blinds the first. Happy Way good on the swing, but they know exactly where No Man is with no element of surprise. Close as this may have been, 8 HP with regen shields on Jing. The Payprex are still going to find the round. Pretty costly, though, all in all.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, it's almost sold as a double fake. Like, you get that early kill after putting all your smokes in. It's an attempted ruse, and then you teleport back at the last second. I think the only actual problem, or the real spanner in the works,
First, Rarga from further back cleans up more, and XLG, they're looking phenomenal. With rifles in their hand, barely a scratch, and indeed a flawless round for XLG, the underdogs, but it doesn't look like it.
No, that was really, really clean from them. I think they almost lose Rarga on the way in initially, but other than that, just successful in taking those fights together, not allowing the sort of pressure of those sort of fight backs in. And they were very ready for any of that aggression. It is surprising that there wasn't even a trade in the mix of it, like Tomatoes from his teammate, but ultimately managed to get the job done, and a huge early breakback, considering 2 players were only surviving in the last from his incredibly poor for Payprex going into the next one.
That's about as bad of a start as you could expect. And you think about pressure in this scenario, on one side of the stage for XLG, there's almost none. Losing to Payprex, no one's going to question that. But on the other side, Payprex, this is a game that run here. If you're going to continue to defend that title, well, this one, you'd almost want it to look clean. But XLG, they're pulling out all the stops, and they've got a timeout from X. This pressure 5. This is a big blow on the other side, but we know Payprex. They're a squad that's capable of bouncing back. You certainly can. They've got a And like you said, the credits are going to be in tatters. Although also knowing PaperX, those are the kind of rounds they win.
Yeah, that's always the issue. I like the fact that we are seeing the early check-in from Alex. I think if there's any coach in the world that I have faith that he can spot the bad tendencies of its team, it is that man. I think there was a thing earlier, how early will he slam the desk? I don't know if we caught one within round 4, but it might have been the case just because of how clean that was. For now, though, after that early check-in, and now looking at XLG. You want to get these early starts. As said, the last time out when they played in Toronto, they didn't manage a map. In fact, they weren't particularly close. The best scoreline they had was a 13-8 defeat to G2. But this is a new tournament with a different player within the roster. Nomad probably one of the few players that has played within the Chinese league and also played Northeast in EMEA. I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, the blind was so well timed. Forsaken was about to throw a spanner in the works up close with the Bucky. A taste of the same medicine XLG tried to feed their opponents just a few rounds ago. But the blind stopped any of that impact from coming through. XLG still sitting on full health, full shields on all players. Spike left back towards the spawn. This early posturing from the team is just about denying that control from PaperX, finding the points of the map where they like to play aggressive, which I think by this point it's very clear to see it's B long. And then late on, making the decision on where they go.
But normally they have a look. That's the difference. Every other round they've had one player probing the other side of the map. Now, a TP back to the other side would be so risky when you don't have any space. So instead they are walking into the stacked up side. That's where Jing is waiting. Showstopper popped as well. And this is exactly what you were talking about. Just moments of madness coming in. Nomad 10 seconds to try and save the day, and he had a chance, but Jing is just too quick. A MasterCard thrifty, and what blink, and PaperX are back in the game.
Yeah, welcome to playing against PaperX. This is really what it's all about. A 4-1 lead looking likely for XLG, and it has shut down the Bucky. One of the heavier investments they had, it doesn't find much. It's taken out of play, and the pistols, alongside the showstopper, are what gets it done in the end. For PaperX, well, that is certainly one way to correct the flow of the game, but XLG, even having a flawless round in the mix,
I expected this, पता है?
they're in a decent position to still
इसके लिए मैंने check किया अभी.
got credits to their back.
2 round हुए, ठीक है, agreed. Hello, welcome. वापस एक बार welcome कर लेते हैं.
It's definitely a bit of a worrying sign, though. As I said, what they were doing especially in their bonus round, they did very well to sort of like keep space on both sides of the map. And I think you see the problem if they don't. Like, they didn't have that information. They went into the sight blind, and that's where some of those superstars can thrive. But now, at least, they are still in the lead.
I don't know.
Claiming those orbs once again. Coconut is getting ever closer to having his thrash for, I believe, the 2nd time already in this map.
I don't know. What the fuck is this?
Round 6, a minute left on the clock. It's XLG's time to decide where they go. Big TP comes through. Still players around here in a deep push that's already come through from Forsaken. He's looking the wrong way. Gets flanked on, but not before he can take down Happy Way. Giving them a chance still as they push forward. The showstopper desperately searching for Jing, and it's found him. A connection that puts the advantage in their favor for just a moment. No man pulls it back. And a 2 versus 3 with the old pop by something. He's finding these players, at least one spotted already. I don't know that he saw the Bath fade away, but he has given Devi the information. Devi knows there's a player around one of these corners, and they'll fight this together, but Rarga goes back. And XLG just need to buy time.
They've got plenty of positions that need to be cleared. Devi needs to win this fight. They're going to have a Rarga instant on the trigger. And that's the moment that something realizes, okay, 3 players to find. I managed to get the first, but anything more than that, and my operator is at risk. So he's going to have to fade out of the round. Another victory for XLG. And honestly, after losing a round like they just did, a very good recovery.
Well, that's it. A wise man once said, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep on going. And for XLG, that previous round, that was a lights out connection to the job. But they managed
not a bad start.
It's even with some of these extra extra plays from PaperX.
थोड़े बहुत
Sneak in a player straight down.
Basic fundamentals में issue लग रहे हैं, but it's all good.
Deal with him every step of the way, catching that flank as well early. And Rard is showing that he's got the brawn to deal with Devi early on.
Well, what I was going to say, that is still a bit worrying for me, that late TP. Because I don't mind the Sky Flash that cleared things out, but if Forsaken is looking the other way, that round could have gone very differently. So I think it's something to keep an eye on. XOG are gambling a little bit with some of their rotations, and this round, well, it's much more direct.
They're already taking so much space. Lambs pushed back by the nade, but they're going to stand on that corner, ready for the fight. Swing back.
Double.
Jing to take two. XLG down by 2 men. Spike lost as well. They have got a big fight on their hands. And the Prowler actually didn't re-clear anything that isn't being held already. The flash going through. There's no one following it up.
अबे ये तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ दवाई पे अल्टी नहीं अल्टी मारी होती तो खत्म हो जाता रहा हूँ.
There's 3 players on this spike. How can they possibly get it back? Fighting through those numbers, and one of the players up close has a judge in hand. This looks like a death sentence if they even try it, but they've got to.
Yeah, they were dreaming of having an ultimate or two in this scenario. And well, Happyway does have the Viper's Pit. Could try and put it into Lamps. It would be a very bold strategy, but it would at least lower the HP of some of the others.
Nice Molotov.
Molotov instead will force Forsaken forward, and he's been cleared, and there goes the Viper's Pit. They just want to try and cover these players off,
Perfect.
and then they put the Molotov in front, so nobody could be in position. Jing, though, once again, has managed to catch another, and they have spotted that this is not being planted. They know it's going back the other way. This puts someone in a position where he could catch them.
Yeah,
nice shot.
It's a clean shot from something. Last man spotted. 12 seconds on the clock. A plant at this point seems impossible. Indeed, it will be with so many players here. Happyway has no choice but to save this weapon, and PaperX will be taking a third. The gap is closing in on XLG.
It's one where I just think a lot of it comes down to Jing. Like those first opening kills, like sure there was a player with a judge in position, but it's Jing that ends up landing both of those shots. I think he also then gets the next kill that they find as well in the mix of all the madness. Yeah, that was it. It was No Man sort of running back out, and then even just Devi having that little bit of extra information. I don't mind the adaptation though. As I said, the molly into the Viper's Pit, it's not a bad idea. It's just the fact that something was still waiting on the other side. Like PaperX had that contingency plan.
मेरा Discord open नहीं हो रहा guys. PC पे I don't know why.
Information wrapping around that pit, it could have ended there. Deep play from Jing.
Nice. Crazy.
Get 2 from it. It didn't see anyone else, but he knows there's corners to hide in. Waiting for his moment in the smoke as another 2 push down. Already having cleared outside of Hookah, and now it's time to make that big swing. In goes Jing, in goes Forsaken, and out
This
goes
is called the W
XLG,
gaming,
their lead.
guys.
No longer in play. It's a 4-4 scoreline between PaperX and XLG. An early fight from the attackers, but now they're starting to cool down.
It hasn't yet shattered the economy. That's the one saving grace, but it's also just the mana they're losing some of these rounds. Jing is on fire. Like you tried to put Raga in onto the Raze, and don't get me wrong.
Flash का combo recon का combo. या तो flash dodge कर रहे हो.
And he's able to get 2 kills through the smoke while spotting out those players.
Just hiding there.
It's a scary prospect. Because we already know that when this man is playing the Raze, there are few that can match. And within the first 8 rounds of the game, we're going to get our second timeout. Both coaches being incredibly proactive. But you can understand why. It's a match that PaperX, obviously, they don't want to lose their opening game on their run to potentially a back-to-back trophy. And XOG know that, hey, we might be playing one of the best teams in the tournament, but you go into that lower bracket, it might not get much easier.
Exactly. And the reality is, I think this is irrespective of the position in the tournament, just looking at the game and how we got here, it could have been a 4-1 lead with an anti-eco going their way, something XLG should have secured.
Actually,
and lapses in judgment, little mistakes, and that's given the breadcrumbs, the trail for PaperX to fall back into this game. From the coaching staff perspective, you got to get in there early, highlight those things that when you're talking about them in scrims or after scrims, you're doing your VOD reviews, you identify these problems, but putting them into action on the day, on the stage, that's a different thing entirely. And now that challenge for XLG, as you said, the economy still pretty healthy. They'll get full buys. Some regen shields have to be bought up, but for the most part, we're in a healthy spot. Ults are online for both squads, but this is a turning point. They lose this, economy in the bin, PaperX on a streak.
It's going again.
And it's the same play through B. Reveal sees nothing, Flash gets nothing, and now it's all onto the A site.
Yeah, they've got so much information though. They're already starting that flank seconds into the round, and that was a pixel shot that takes that one. Molotov over the top as well. Something just sat at the back. He knows that he doesn't need to re-aggress from this point onwards. Viva needs to put up a play, and in fact, it's going to be the orbital strike committed to just try and force them back. That will buy his team not only some space, but a little bit of extra time.
Oh, and here we go.
कितनी अल्टियां भाई.
Activated. Jing on a tear has another to work with, and it's Coconut down. The player deep towards the bathroom is Viva, and he is out of the action, but Noman and Rarga making it happen on site. Defuse tap, but Seeker see that no one's on it. Spray almost dropping a few. Look how low the health bars are for XLG, but they are holding on tooth and nail till Noman's caught with a knife out, and now it's all under Viva. He's got to be quick.
Time.
Down to the 1v1, but time is already gone. XLG up to 5 with a Red Bull clutch.
It's just chaos. That round was absolute chaos. Ults being thrown in left, right, and center. Just the pace of that flank, I thought it was going to be a massive problem, but I think just spotted
First
out by
pick जबकि
Viva,
इनको मिला, फिर ब्रिम का अल्टी चलो काउंटर किया.
How he can spot that? It's just the reactions of someone like something, but yeah, just being able to deny
Number
that
of
flank,
ults, man, number of ults.
Team then garner extra space. Otherwise, they were going to be stuck in that corner. And a big clutch to be won.
Good round. So many
Still though, economy-wise, I think XLG are still in a worse spot here. Those ultimates that they had have been expended, and the only one that wasn't expended by PaperX has been now.
Yeah, Viper's Pit for early control. B long, as we said, it's been a focus for those early fights of PaperX, and we've certainly seen it with the deep dives from Jing.
Every other guy, like every other.
Aggression's coming in elsewhere. Forsaken. Oh, he's looking the wrong way again. His timing. And through no fault of his own, it's just being slightly off. And XLG, they find the advantage as a result. But still to deal with is something on that operator. And once they walk through that wall, big danger awaits. Jing's the one to draw first blood. And patience on something might get him a reward. Instead, he goes for the wingman. Delays the plant.
Yeah, trying to slow them a little
75
bit.
HP.
Falling for the rotation of the remaining players, but it's a little bit labored. I think the amount that XOG have been taking those TPs has started to get into the head of PaperX, conditioning them to not rotate quite as quickly as maybe they would. Something though, well, talking of quickly, this man is so fast with that operator and already clearing out that lamp's position. It leaves just two.
Nice shot.
One standing. Only Viva left. Nice couple of shots though. Maybe
What?
in with a jump.
Oh! Are you freaking kidding me?
Viva, how
भाई पागल है क्या?
That is going to haunt PaperX for the rest of this game. Maybe this week, maybe this tournament. Two players not even looking. They're so locked in on the spike.
It's day one. It's map one. We can't be having clutches like this already. Like, this is a 1v4. And look at this final kill. He didn't even know where Jing was. He didn't know where he was being shot from. It's like, oh, this hurts.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. PaperX, they win the rounds they shouldn't. They lose the ones they should. Something on the Rarga now. PaperX are out.
map throw
aggressive, but Viva, he is fighting right back.
Map throw रहा है.
6 kills in a row for him now. He's only got 9 in the map. I mean, I don't know what happened to him since last round, but XLG 4v3, and it's all thanks to Viva.
Oh, you know, they say the Viva la France. Maybe he's just found his home. Like, I don't know what's going on. But whatever happens, anybody who walks into the crosshair of something over the last couple of rounds has ended up dead.
Oh, happy way. He's got the flank. Again, it's the same scenario. The guy from PaperX gets one immediately shot in the back. The timing, good and bad, I suppose. Wait up. We're back to a 2v2 though, and that op is still lurking around, but on this side of the map, it's only Divine. He doesn't last long. No Man's Sky able to take him down. And the op, all that stands for PaperX. This could be a 7-4 lead for the underdog.
It's still, you know, something is alive. He's going with the operator. Knows at least where the opponents on the other side are sitting. He's going to try and just get it to half. Honestly, that's not bad. He will have to deal with the Tiger. And they now have to swing this. They have to go looking because he's already managed to get it halfway.
What?
What? A 1v2 where he has an operator and he manages to isolate both fights. Oh, it makes no sense, Mitch. It makes no sense.
I don't know what's going on in this
3K
game.
chance.
Another Red Bull clutch, another 4K. This time it's on Paper X's side. This swing wide as well. Caught Happyway off guard. He thought he had the jump on him. Oh, and something jumps to his feet. A frustrating loss. What could have been a 7-4 lead, a guaranteed lead at the halftime.
They won a 1v4 the round before. Like, if we're going, balance has been restored in the world.
Absolutely. Perfectly balanced. As all rounds should be. Back and forth we go, but for Paper X, this is where they want to bring it up one more. 6-6 at the halftime. 3 pistols that Paper X are up against. A huge advantage to the defenders, but already a lot of space taken by XLG.
A large amount of invested utility. That's most of what they have. Dimensional Drift utilized an immediate first kill. The trade again has gone back the other way, but this time the weaponry advantage starting to take control. It's left all on to Happyway. A 1v4, but this time only with a pistol, and there is no hope. There should be no hope, and eventually the job gets done. It is a dead even half. And honestly, Mitch, I think it's about right. I think it's about right. 6-6 seems fair.
Certainly not the half I expected to see, Tom.
No, no.
And then 5 rounds in, it's not the half I expected to see either, because XLG were dominating.
Maybe not even the half I wanted to see. There was some stuff happening
come
there.
Come on, I'm here for the 4K Red Bull clutches all day long. This has been a competitive one, and like we said, XLG underdogs, but there's no reason to count them out. Paper X, even in rounds where they're underdogs, they show us just how hard you can swing when you're fighting up, and I think after this half, it's anyone's guess what is going to be going on when we go to half number 2. But I'll tell you what, before we get there, we've got a halftime break, and during it, we're going to go over to Lou, who's standing by.
Bonjour à tous, on est en direct pour ce premier jour des Champions, en direct des arènes avec la maman de Jing qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour soutenir son fils. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Pearl, to Champions Paris, following Jing as always. So this is going to be my first question. What makes you follow your son in all his adventures? What are you the most proud of him?
I'm very proud of him, but the real reason why I'm following him is because my son doesn't know how to pack his luggage. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good answer. And you know, you always need your mom's help, you know, for this stuff, even if you're an adult. Donc première question, qu'est-ce qui fait que vous venez soutenir votre fils comme ça, à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement, il ne sait pas faire sa valise. Donc je suis avec lui pour un petit peu toutes ces étapes-là. Second question, we're speaking about Paris, you know, the city of light, the city of love, but also the city of very good food. So have you been able to try any? What do you want to try?
We tried the escargot.
Escargot?
Yes, it's really good, and my son's favorite. And also we went to this really good hot chocolate place, Carrette.
Okay.
C-A-R-E-T-T-E. Yeah, it's really fantastic, and we are going back again.
Oh, you're gonna be back again for sure. Donc, est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la nourriture française? On le sait, on est connu pour l'amour, pour notre belle ville, mais aussi pour notre nourriture. Et du coup, oui, j'ai testé les escargots. Jing a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi, de mon côté, on a aussi goûté du chocolat chaud. Donc voilà, on y retournera, c'est sûr. And let's see now if Jing brings back the victory on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
Hey, Jingy boy!
Chocolat chaud, escargot, not a bad palate, I have to say. Some sweet treats in there, and when you look at this game, another sweet treat for us and all the folks at home and here in the venue at Paris. This 6-6 scoreline, Tom, it certainly caught us off guard. Paper X clear favorites, we would think, but it's been a back and forth game as we get into the Coinbase econ report.
Yeah, no surprise to see Jing is very high up on that one. He's been having a pretty damn good game so far. In all honesty, it has been this sort of like, who is going to win the round for Paper X, or on the other side, it feels like anybody can step up. Jing and something definitely leading the way in terms of just the individual brilliance. 16-7, 14-7. Both have had their rounds, but yeah, that Viva clutch, the 1v4 to start the tournament, I don't know. That's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will.
Round 13
point,
में है, 4
honestly,
Vandals थी, एक Guardian थी, एक Bulldog थी.
And the good thing is, obviously, data incredibly low because we haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG other than their victory.
So many things are there. ये stats बहुत अच्छे चल रहे हैं, बहुत मजा आ रहा है देखने में. अभी तक.
Well, that's exactly what Ender was saying.
This is so crazy right now. This is so good.
Because yes, this is a squad that evidently has the individuals to match up. But the reality is, for Paper X on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen. And we'll look at this pistol round to finally give an advantage in this half to one team or the other. For Paper X, it was 4 players towards B-Long on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still, XLG took the cake. Will it be the same in half number 2?
There are 3 players ready and waiting on the A site. The TP is still available. You never know if they'll double back in. They're using the Viper screen to take themselves a lot of additional space.
Oh, backside ले लिया.
Has already made it round the backline. Nade over the top is going to make this very awkward.
Viva dead.
Viva in position. In fact, not awkward. He's gone
Forsaken
down.
dead. Both the brims are gone.
Jing is just running right. Eventually,
भाग दिया दवाई. नहीं तो बच जाता.
Yeah, finally. It comes through. Something sneaking about. He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser. No man. The last one standing. No man to help him but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first to fall. Now down to a 1v2. Bite-sized, manageable, but his back turned to something, and that will be
only
a
one.
He won't escape.
But Devi,
7-6. Pistols. 1-1.
Jig died.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game, and we're looking to see if there is any sort of response. The amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the Viper screen, maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds, maybe a little bit of utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A Happy Way.
मैं mostly guys देखो.
Now he's got a Bucky on
Grand
the
finals
I'm a little bit
नहीं
happier to
watch
see
party
where
कर
he's
पाऊंगा.
playing with it in this
पूरा tournament करूंगा watch party है.
Yeah,
ये नहीं कर पाऊंगा. Grand finals. Mom का birthday है उन दिनों
As we
में.
said, whether you're in lamps or hookah, those shotguns can do a lot of damage, and I think there's good reason that Paper X are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through B-Long. Again, this has been, I feel like, the hot spot on the map for this team, but it's not looking too good to start. Luckily, Jing's there to pick up the pieces.
What?
Patman down. They lose that fade utility. They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall. Do they decide to still go bursting through as XLG have made the rotate?
Bro.
Witnessed early the power of that double flash, the Sky Gecko.
A
guaranteed blind. Okay. Oh,
Hell nah, bro. That phantom went away.
There were definitely some weaker weapons in hand, so although I think the
no worries. We got the round.
Make much of a difference, and they will at least keep themselves the rifles.
Marshall over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day coming into the next round.
It depends what your plan is.
No, I'll take it any day. We've already seen the no-scopes work. But we'll see as we move on to the next. This is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten if they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds. We want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them taking the fight to Paper X here, but it's not easy. This bonus round, if you want to even call it that, it's only one Bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the attacking side. Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems like this is just
Numan ही लो गया.
15-second plan.
कौन heal करेगा Numan को?
And it does almost get them first blood. No man's on half. The nade is, oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one before he falls.
I'm surprised he didn't just take the TP, but yeah, clearly don't want to give up that control. It's something they're willing to sacrifice his life to battle for, especially when his teammate had full control over showers already. So it wasn't even a risk, really, going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well.
ठीक है, Ding.
Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though. 45 when he took that fight, but now leaves a couple of opponents tagged up as well.
Yeah, if Viva walks out of this round with a full
Happy with 80 HP, Viva is ding. Coconut is ding.
25 up on the shields, at least the regen. Keeping him relatively healthy, and he's on his way. Smoke's already down. Mosh pit to buy a little bit of time, but the plant hadn't even been tapped yet. 35 seconds, still plenty to play with for Paper X, and they've sent Forsaken through to the B site.
Nice.
Finding himself a pick. They can go for the TP now. They can wrap back around, but they've already gone in towards the site.
can Pac-Man escape? They've had to use a
Oi!
no, Raga spams! That was the problem. He didn't make it into the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in what was the plan. And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to run, grab the spike, and try and plant on the A side. I don't think he has time for that anymore. Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG, just based on, I feel like the havoc that PaperX caused themselves, have been able to win the round.
ऐसे rounds एक ही team हार
Look at
सकती
this
है. Paper
situation
X.
is if you just stick that play towards the A side, already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny.
यहाँ पे I would say नुमान 1 HP है, वो एक मार गया, चलो ठीक है, ट्रेड कर लिया तुमने. वहाँ पे Forsaken got 1, Dawai got 1, तो बचा गया.
It becomes complete chaos.
ये brawler.
And then
It's
his
like one of the last bullets.
I think it was literally the last bullet from Raga, ends up dropping the spike, which could have made it to the TP a little bit earlier. Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PaperX. Well, they have fallen apart because of it. Still, that was the quote-unquote bonus round. Now they come in with a Guardian instead of the Bulldog in the previous, but a big weapon that is in play is the showstopper, and it's right onto Viva.
This is a cheeky little off angle though from Raga. He's finding in the smoke, and well, doesn't get rewarded for it. Does at least deny the plant for now, but with the amount of space that's already there, it seems like it's going to be a lot more commitment in this round from PaperX. Not risking the rotate back. They've done well to clear out Jing though, and we'll even things up once again.
Oi,
Be a very
something.
light play coming in from something. The wraparound taking quite a while. The steps are going to be heard. He's heard Coconut, but Coconut didn't hear him and pops the ult. It's disastrous. Something's going to be right on him with no man in the dog as well. It's a double kill. Something. It looked like he was late to the party, but he ends up winning the round for PaperX. That is a great flank from the Yoru, and a 9th round for PaperX as a result.
I think with just how direct that initial take was, I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking on the other side of the map. Like, if they were a little bit quicker, that could have all gone wrong, but instead, and rightly so, they go back and they go, okay, yeah, let's try and take this one slow. Let's use the Thrash to clear out all of these risky positions, and because of it, they get caught, they get bitten.
Happyway is having a terrible time.
Oh. 9-7. Unfortunately for XLG, that was all of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but this is just a shooting range.
Okay.
Up against no weaponry, and while Happyway,
Are these guys
he's
legit
trying to
okay?
take this fight with a bucket. There's absolutely no hope. A flawless round for PaperX, and any economy problems are immediately dissipated.
There it is, the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more needed for PaperX if you're having trouble figuring out what's between 10 and 13. And this is what we're worried about, right? It's about once that ball gets rolling, the snowball effect on PaperX, the individual confidence sky high, something playing one of the latest lurks in the previous round.
Left actually.
And it working out, it's a terrifying sign for XLG. They need to bounce back. It's going to be a good time to put in their pause. I see the timer frozen, and indeed it is going to be a pause from XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though. They have started to slip and slide, and it's PaperX who seems set to take this map. Perhaps not the series, but you have to remember, they chose Sunset up next. Whatever we think about that, they must have ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a slip-up versus Zeta, but that does feel like a bit of a weird week for PaperX in general. Other than that, confident win over T1, and over the last few months have had big victories versus a lot of top teams. So I don't think they're going to be too worried going into that matchup. And on the other side of things, well, XOG got decimated by DRG on that map. So I think that this is, even though this is a very, very good map for PaperX and maybe overall a solid sign for XOG, you also have to then consider the rest of the group. Like an informed-looking GX Sentinels. Like I don't think most people would have PaperX Sentinels making it out based on previous tournaments. And for XLG, although a loss to PaperX is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and Sen. You didn't do bad, though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. As we said, the pain of nearly...
Chalo. Round started.
For XLG, that's what's going to haunt them. They come in today, you tell them you're going to lose 2-0, 2-1 to PaperX. Okay, fine. As long as we put up a fight, but then you tell them you could have won, you were close.
Yeah.
You had the
at least in the first half.
Hey, in the first half, absolutely. This could have been a 7 or 8 round half from them, but this is the moment where they can't leave anything on the table. Where are those signs of life? Rifles in hand, a lot of light shields. Ult's not really there for the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through, play inside the smoke. Flash! Something! Even though it didn't hit, his shorty did! We're down to a 3 versus 4. Full control for PaperX with Viva down. Swarm.
Sometimes I feel ये क्या कर रहा है?
XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad. A couple of low players as well. The swing, Coconut has managed to bring this round into contention. A 2 versus 4 that, I'll be honest, looked impossible. Raga, I wasn't even sure if he was going to go for it, but
available ना, तो एक one way जाएगा.
Coconut puts that into play. There's a chance. Even still,
CT वाला one way गया.
Normally a safe pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up, they're going to try and join each other, but the swing for Forsaken isolates the battle. It gives Raga a chance once again, and the swing is perfect! 5 HP is all he needs as XLG win the 2v4.
That is a huge win, and we heard it from him in the interview. As I said earlier, this is a guy that said he just wants to prove that he's got what it takes to fight against some of these players. A team that we've seen with the 5 duels. But he can match up against them. That's devastating for Happyway. Thank God they had that.
Forsaken also got to work. Hare kaha?
Stays close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was. Close ain't good enough for PaperX. Gap of 2. The rifle still come out on the attacking side.
Still saying timeout चाहिए खींच लो.
Definitely seeing some of those blips. 1v4, 2v4, PaperX making
Forsaken
a fair amount of mistakes
outlaw.
with hefty advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize off of them. Coconut,
1 shot kills, 4 people having half shields.
Basically keeping them in the match. That would have been their economy not only wrecked, but also PaperX being just a couple away from taking their own map choice. And they do have to be careful in this round. Light shields on every player bar 1. And that sniper for something. Think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a fight.
Not at all. You end up getting lit down 140 in this to 10 HP, and it's pretty much guaranteed pickup for PaperX when the utility bombardment comes through. There's the Outlaw already spotted with the decoy sent through. Flash finds nothing but it. Always the danger that that's a Yoru on his own, ready to gate crash, but now the Flash confirms that the big play is coming through. They've taken Jin out of the sky. No, the Patman tries his best.
What are you trying to do,
left all onto Divide. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25 seconds. A Viper's Pit online. He might even have time to get this up after the plant. From where is the question? With the showstopper hunting him down. It looks like he wants to stand his ground. He wants to take the pick, but decides to fall back a little too late. Raga again getting the round on the board in the final stages for XLG, and a 10-9. The signs of life very much there.
Yeah, like doubling up in that corner, it definitely seemed like a gamble. You know that if a player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky, it could have been your round over, but I think that's been something that XOG have done great so far in this match, is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read that even when you have a full bombardment of utility, they're able to come out with an advantage. And even then, just I like him watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is basically just going, okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my team.
Snakepipe landing on long, denying that control for XLG. But it's towards the A site that the real fight is coming in. And the reaction from XLG very early on, they popped the Thrash. They see players inside of Bath, but that Thrash not retrievable, not finding the impact. It's a glorified drone.
Coconut doesn't want to hold it for a retake again. Oh, the nades are going to be exchanged, but it's Divine almost using the distraction of the teammate.
Divide gets 1, Forsaken gets 1, let's go.
3 players immediately down.
Forsaken gets 1 other.
We've seen a 1v4 or 2v4, but we've definitely not seen a 1v5, and I don't think Viva is going to give the time of day. And this is what I felt like has been the difference between the two squads. It feels like when XOG win a round, it is by the skin of their teeth. It is very close. It's maybe a player or 2 surviving or a clutch round. When PaperX win a round, well, As of yet, there's not a point of damage done.
It's flawless, baby.
I don't know, it's kind of bad of you to assume Viva's not winning this 1v5 with time ticking and Spike on the other side of the map. But I agree with you entirely, in all seriousness. Like, PaperX, like you said, they look dominant in some of the rounds that they're taking. XLG, it's clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth, trading blows.
एक चीज बता रहा हूँ.
Leaving it out of here with the Guardian. You've heard the TP, so did he. The smoke buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP, though. That was close to disaster. 11 to 9.
पे है.
PaperX 2 away. XLG 2 behind. It still is anyone's game, but there's a problem brewing, Tom.
Yeah, this is the issue. When you have so many casualties in the round that you win. Okay. Yeah, right.
Hello.
The player he saw him earlier.
The player was highlighted. It's like, yeah, and then he just banged him through the smoke. Just off time.
He obviously calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage. Well,
it's allowed.
The buy is abysmal.
I mean, a good chance to catch them if they do go through that pit, having the judge investment. The problem is, when you look at the tab as PaperX and you see, okay, they don't have much money, and you see a pit go up, if you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. Now, PaperX are insane.
Sometimes,
so
yeah.
there is a chance they do that. So actually rated against them, but yeah, generally speaking, that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere. And of course, you can't force stack B because you have to clear that path wrap around.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though. It's if you see that pit, you're mostly probably going to assume maybe it's just one player there. It really is a game of playing the odds. 45 seconds left.
Check closely.
Viper screen definitely causing them issues before with the amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually going to commit the orbital strike. They're going to try and isolate players. Viva has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round, and the rest of the team have plenty of time to make their way into the site. We've spoken about the clutches and what XOG have managed to bring home, but this one I would really, well, I expect a hole in the desk if PaperX let this one slip.
I expect a hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff, though. This feels like an overheat, Tom. You come into this round where you've got next to nothing, where you're fighting if you lose for PaperX. 3 rounds in a row, 3 chances in a row to close it, and a pit and an orbital strike put through. That feels like such a heavy commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy round.
I guess the look here is that, okay, now we have 2 chances, once with the ultimates and once with the rifles, rather than having one chance to all in. I don't necessarily mind it. Like, I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PaperX. But I do feel like there's also the thing of, like, you could have both those ult and then still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pit I'm not against. Orbital strike caught me off guard.
Oh, here we go.
It's over. And there it goes. It's gone. Rarka snipes him out of the sky. Pop in a flash. Won't find much else. And another popped in as Viva struggles up close, but finds himself 2. Now, inside the smoke, he will fall. But he's given his team a fighting chance. The problem is that Viper's pit going up. They now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spike. That's close. But he doesn't go back till it's too late for the spam.
Yeah, I think maybe assume that he let go. They're going to know that both players likely confined to this pit. Although Patman has managed to leave. The drop will be known, and it's risky from Divide, but the risk pays off, and now Noman left alone. Pit going to be dropped, and Divide is there to close.
Well played.
It was a valiant effort by XOG, a fight back and forth, but ultimately the job expected to be won, and was won by PaperX.
Well, this is expected result, but an unexpected.
Clearly speaking. लो भाई वर्द ले लो क्या हो सकता है देखते हैं आज पता नहीं मन हुआ. R is there, D is there. B is also there. O. Ovary. Turbo. O is there. B फोर्थ पे होगा नहीं. The thing is, B फोर्थ पे होगा नहीं. O फिफ्थ पे होगा नहीं. T and R are perfect. Prob perfect. Your boy is a genius, man. Your boy is a genius. Your boy is a genius. है अभी वक्त है. बहुत वक्त है. Let's go. Connections. Yep. अच्छा बैजेस वाजेस चालू किए हैं इन्होंने. लेट्स गो. ebay.com Zoom call number address name one away name address number email. Let's go. Your boy is perfect, man. 4 लोग देख रहे हो. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Let's go, mate. और क्या है? Zoom, macro. One away. इसमें भी पता है मेरे को ये. इजी है बे. कॉल पिटीशन अपील. Let's go, mate. eBay ये है क्या मेरे को वो नहीं पता है. What the hell is this? मेरे को ये नहीं पता. मेरे को ये 3 पता थे. फोर्थ अपने आप ठीक हो गया. क्या था लास्ट वाला? बॉडीज ऑफ वाटर प्लस स्टार्टिंग लेटर. अच्छा रिवर बे इनलेट एंड लेक. देखो मैक्रो जूम और ये तो पता था. टेलीफोटो पेश है इनमें सबसे अलग लगा. एंट्री टी अपील बट कॉल एंड पिटीशन. ठीक है. ऑल्सो इज डन। आज क्या, अब क्या किया जाए? मिनी क्रॉस भाई ये सबसे टफ है मेरे लिए। मेरे को भाई उधर की अंग्रेजी मेरे को आती नहीं। सब्सक्राइब करना पड़ेगा? हेल ना ब्रो, पहले तो हो जाता था। अरे कहाँ भाई ट्विच बंद हो रहा है? कहाँ ट्विच बंद हो रहा है? कहाँ? Everybody is on that only. Like तारीख को देखो। These guys are still not. अब और क्या मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ? ठीक है, मिडल में देखते हैं। एजेंट जेंडर रोल। मैं जो खेलता हूँ ब्रिमस्टोन 2020 में आई थी। फीमेल है, कंट्रोलर नहीं है, ठीक है, तो जेट हो सकती। फीमेल है, डुएलिस्ट नहीं है। जो है तीसरे में ही मिल गया यार। और मेरे दिमाग में कुछ आया ही नहीं। मेरे को दिमाग में इनिशियली जो आया मैंने कर दिया इस्तेमाल। ये मेरे को पर्ल लग रहा है। मिड डोर से सर। मिड नहीं है ये। है तो पर्ली। इज इट बी क्लब? बी तो है ही, मतलब मिड और बी है ही नहीं, तो ये होगा। वे क्या है फिर? हाँ मैं क्या हगास हूँ।
Blinded.
Nice, get out, Sky, get out. Don't get too greedy. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
Don't get too greedy. Ball देखो। Don't get too greedy. Flash किया उसने, अकेले ने पीक किया। One way आया नहीं।
Yeah. No, you're fine, you're fine. Don't get too greedy.
I'd had to have gone through the wall or some shit. I don't know. Because I saw that.
Why is it not breaking?
One left. One enemy remaining.
Good shit.
पता नहीं भाई, ये मेरे को नहीं समझ में आया। मेरे को गोल्ड लग रहा है। मैं बोला था क्योंकि प्लेयर्स ही नहीं समझ में आए मेरे को। जेट है टेलविन सारे ही कर लेते हैं ना टिल द टाइम सनसेट चालू होता है सारे ही कर लेते हैं शॉर्टी है वेस्टलैंड शॉर्टी सब गेस कर लूंगा एक ही बार में ये मेरे पे नहीं है फिर भी मेरे को पता है The cover top string, I kind of like it. It's not best at all. नहीं पता यार. Chamber. Sky. ये सब स्काई तो बोलेगी नहीं. जेट हो सकती. या ब्रिम.
This covert ops thing, I kind of like it. Let's not mess that up. This covert ops thing, I kind of like it. Let's not mess that up.
Neon. मैं आपका ज़्यादा टाइम लूँगा. होम पेज. 15 सेकंड
I think it's a bold play. I do want to focus on Happyway because I feel like he had a pretty poor first map, and he's someone that the Death highlights I like to highlight as well as one of their best players individually. He's now a pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance, Paperx win easy.
No, without a doubt. As you said as well, looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's Sky was stellar when it came to that first map.
Look at the
Paperx, they didn't get the memo. They think they're still on the attack side. They pushed through mid with 3. Full control. 4, in fact. You can count the player towards the door of Patman, who will be safeguarding Market. But this is all about the flank game. And there is, luckily, a trap waiting for them there. So it won't be a complete surprise that there's someone there. It just might be a bit of a surprise quite how many players Happyway is about to see.
Patman's the only player elsewhere, down to 1 HP already, so I have to be a bit more careful. But you can see they have switched up where they are defending this spike from, or pushing all the way around. It hasn't mattered though. The swarm that is Paperx has given them an advantage, and Device is going to start defusing. He's just going to stick behind the wall. They need to run back around over the top. They need to go, and it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything. It is diffused in front of their nose. Rocker, he did well, and I think Device even stopped for a second. He was like, okay, someone's going to jump on this wall, and then they didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were too busy dealing with players towards main. It's a nasty little strategy, and one that has worked wonders. There was a gap on the, on the left side here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective. It could have been exploited on the wraparound as well, so no surprise that he was a little bit worried. And in the end, Morga surviving on 1 HP, but it doesn't make a difference. It is 1-0 start for Paperx. We want to see XLG on the board early because we saw it in the last one. Paperx slow to start. We even heard it in the comms. They called it. Let's start slow, and then we get them. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true. Got to pick it up. They only had to dock into the station, speak with the conductor Alex one time, and it was plain sailing.
I love watching something because, like, you would see him play an agent that you think is like, okay, supportive util lineup, and then he's playing contact with a sniper rifle at B main. It doesn't necessarily add up. I also love the fact that we've seen these changes to Sage, obviously making the range of that wall so much further. So Devi obviously places it 2 millimeters away from where he is. Yeah. This round, expectation incredibly low. Any weaponry drop would be nice, and hey, Braga has dropped one of the rifles, and that should be retrievable. Oh, good selection, though, from something.
Will be retrievable, but at a heavy cost indeed. Round goes Jing, he's down to 15. Doesn't need to swing as something covers that. 2-0 start for Paperx, 4 players alive.
Perfect.
Big weapon still carried through, and it's a strong start. But this round is really where we get the litmus test. A good sign early on, though, is seeing Rarga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes into, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing like it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. As I said, like last time we saw XOG at Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like obviously we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in for you, and I don't mean you, obviously. For me.
Okay. यहाँ पे ये smoke के through जाके jump pick किया. Let's go.
Replace me, Thomas. This is
That is one thing.
It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against him.
Your Phoenix might be better than his. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh well. There's no need for that.
This purchase is definitely an odd one, though. You've got yourself a Bucky and for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like, this is around the XOG nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades that there will be. Dimensional Drift only one away as well. Could be powerful in that post pump, but it is a wide net currently being thrown out by XLG. And while Forsaken mentioned that he had a weak gun, it didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
Giving up a body to just jump peek and get the info, so that's bad.
45 on the clock, fairly committed from XLG. They got to go towards this site. Jing to deal with to start. Great stun, but he gets out of there thanks to the blast packs. Well placement. 35 now. XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around, but Paper X are flooding back into the site. 3 players here now with one deeper towards the spawn. This is essentially a 4-man hold. 25 seconds, and they call for the rotate. There, it's the right call. They've dragged all these players over, and they'll make their way across mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a plant, but I'm always wary of Paper X's ability to be disruptive. Something, he's in there. Only one.
Yeah, and they've managed to make it to the site. The spike was being guarded all the way through. A good redirection, especially with the Sage Wall being used in towards the spawn. There was the box up top that you would have had Devi watching from afar. And now even with No Man in the spawn, just waiting to try and catch them as they fall out. The fact is, though, Paper X, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so they might as well try and do some damage.
That's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle. The idea is certainly in their head that someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Devi as well. Good chance to make these exits very costly. He will close in towards this spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance of, oh, actually he might have a chance to have an impact. He goes back to mid.
Bro.
Devi is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive for XLG. That's a picture perfect round 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly as clean as it needed to be. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, and as we mentioned, like you're always going to see these sort of timing fights looking to be utilized by the side of Paper X. It gets them a lot of early information. So I like the fact that with 20 seconds left, they were willing to sort of gamble on that rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though, it's going to be an immediate purchase back up from the side of Paper X. And I'm kind of looking at Braga here. He's going to immediately utilize that Dimensional Drift. Bear in mind, the only weapon he has is the Shorty.
Perfect for this ultimate. One flash left. Oh, he's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the wraparound for Patman. Quick on his feet. He'll take Rarga down. Now it's rifles, though, but they will be up against. The trick play hasn't worked. Devi's dead. Dead to right. It's even a headshot from No Man to lock it in, but still.
Nice.
A 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. Paper X holding strong so far, and Happy Way failing to take down Jing. Now that's the information. The element of surprise gone for his position.
HP.
The wraparound super late from Forsaken.
Jing is just 4.
He's going to cause issues, but Viva seemed aware of it. The timing, though, he corrects in time, but he can't quite land the shot.
There's been a lot of moments, especially with how low some of these players are, where there's a chance, but it seems like Paper X are ready and raring to go on this defensive half. A third already picked up, and I have to say that the orb placement coming out from Patman there in the early stages of that round was just wonderful. Like you see this attempt to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied all of it, just keeping hold of that control.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's able to walk into spawn to be safe and then back out with his smoke, right? It's so much value delivered as a result of that. I'm not sure what's being said there. I love these guys. The energy on the stage is different, and 3-1 up. Energy will only increase as these rounds keep going their way, but PaperX, deep play, caught by the stun, caught by the paranoia. Jing stuck in the corner, and they know it, but in goes Divide. Happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success. Forsaken's found one elsewhere, but Jing looking the wrong way will be dropped by Nomad. We're back to a 3v3. Spike still secure for XLG, and this map, it doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it, this should be an advantage for the attacking side.
Yeah, it feels like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round lead to those early battles, and then there's a break in the action. I do feel like XLG throughout this matchup so far have actually done quite well to deny a lot of these plays from PaperX. I think it was even Nomad just having a reactive stun immediately to try and slow that push. Now with 50 seconds left, early rotation available. Forsaken up top, but he's been dealt with immediately. Nomad doing well on this Neon.
Spike planted.
Spike will now be planted.
They know players on side are stuck there. Snakebite stops them from falling back and stops Happyway from helping out, but now it's faded. Happyway on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and Nomad tripling up.
1v1
That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let PaperX run away with this as they push up to 2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with Nomad going onto the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual brilliance. I think we saw some of the skill in the last map, but as said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players, and the timing was then in his favor.
It was kind of that.
Even just winning, yeah, some of the fights that maybe he necessarily should have.
Almost every 1v1 they took.
Not even flexing while he does it. 3-2. The economy of PaperX has taken a hit here, though. A pistol for something, although at times it doesn't even feel like a detriment.
Well, PaperX, think back to the last map when they had that astonishing, I think, round 5 bunch of pistols in play, and that's maybe the most dominant that they'd looked. For XLG, ulti's available. They need those safety nets. The rotates from Coconut, the information. You have a Hunter's Fury soon. Deep play from Nomad. No ult popped. It's down to his rifle. But Coconut's fallen in middle. Rarga, good to trade that back. Now they've sensed the weakness. Blood in the water, but Forsaken still standing strong. Deep fight from Nomad, though, has managed to pull this back to a 3v3, and with the ult pop, he's got a tough fight up against Jing, and he won't win it. But with Forsaken going down, the numbers keep going back and forth until there's only 2 men left standing.
The 1v1 that leaves the Sovas on either side. Bit of a risky position to plant from, and because of that, something is going to get away with it. It was kind of as easy as that 1v1 could have gone, but that was, yeah, I felt like that. I always talk about an observer's nightmare as a round where there's just a million pieces of utility. I feel like that was it. It was just one kill, but all on different points of the map, like timing to catch out Patman, the drop down avoiding, the fake out, Jing winning the battle versus a slightly shaky Nomad, and then coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PaperX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that has a few extra credits to spare. So a winner of this round, it could be worth the double.
Forsaken.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a Hunter's Fury off rip coming through from V, but they want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see Nomad taking space. Paranoia burned by PaperX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in swinging, won't find much, and TP from Coconut. He's deep in their spawn. They are making so much pressure towards this A site. Forsaken, he doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally, he will come crashing down. A 4 versus 3. Res possible for PaperX, but the positions of those bodies, it doesn't make it look very likely. Happyway's got beautiful timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarga's there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He can't even get out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round from Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds. He goes swinging wide, guys, they can potentially be isolated on the site. Instead, him staying alive is much more of a burden than even the individual kill that he could have got instead. And it's sort of the Happyway I wanted to see. Like, yeah, sure, still maybe a few jitters here and there, But the guy is always good at having those backsteps, always good at sort of having those multi-frag rounds. And I like the change of pace from XRG. I said so far, I feel like even in the last map, they called a decent game. Like, it didn't look like they were getting outclassed.
And the important thing there is, right, PaperX, on that A-side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid-flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide for the short fight. They can't just look for the elbow duel, because they'll be shot up from spawn potentially. And you have all of these headaches created for PaperX. That very much felt like PaperX getting a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, back to a low bite. See how slow and methodical being on the other side.
Shots.
Forsaken has been able to take that first fight. Now the move away is somewhat to sell a ruse for something, but he's going to be able to hear any of the steps as they rotate. They've still got this aggressive position from Jing. And bear in mind, he does have the showstopper available. Probably won't want to use it immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in, and the steps were faked out. That was Raga's utility that has baited the ultimate, but now they go back towards something. Are they going to check the box? No, they're not, but it's a bit whippy. Not quite connecting. Divine now the next man up, and Happyway just thriving. The Dane just seemingly slipping out of the round. What could have been incredibly costly ends up with still 4 players standing.
Great correction from the previous map where PaperX were finding so much value with these weaker weapons. Forsaken.
Careful.
The only player that, well, he didn't have that much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian. Wasn't the Sheriff doing the work. And he's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already lost.
I'm starting to question that.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that Hunter's Fury! And Forsaken now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is with the Hunter's Fury. Surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time on the clock is already so low. Forsaken goes in, pops it, goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be desperately close. The spam coming in from Viva doesn't get there. But it's a .02 second difference. Blink and you miss it, but that margin of error swings in XLG's favor.
So you know earlier where I said it might take a while to beat that 1v4? We almost just had it beaten, and it was 0.02 that made it not. That's absurd.
I can feel myself swallowing my own.
I'll be honest with you doubting Forsaken in this clutch. I'm a little bit disappointed.
They have Hunter's Fury post plant in a 3v1 with the spike planted ages ago.
But Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0, that's ridiculous.
Nice.
Wow. Nice shot.
You can see the confidence right back in. Aggressive start, but this is what I'm saying. XOG have always been doing well to recover any of those early advantages that PaperX are able to gain. Jing. Could be expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing outside the A site, and because of that, it's allowed for an immediate rotation for Forsaken to get back into B. They have definitely been read, and in fact, Jing can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep, but that drone, oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke. Forsaken. Oh, it's beautiful from PaperX with Jing wrapping around the other side. That slipped through the smoke. It's been a problem. A couple of times you've seen that finesse from PaperX and being quick on their feet, able to get especially smokes, poison orbs, it doesn't matter what it is, but able to get that positional advantage in some of these plays. Even still, a round gap of only 1.
It's definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments, Jing still performing to a high level.
And this one, it's not looking great, is it?
No.
4 Sheriffs, an attack side Bucky. Makes a bit more sense when it's on the Neon. Slide in, get real close.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of TikToks of that sort of gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the locker. It might not matter. Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a Bucky onto Jing. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the Duelists have not only got them positioning, but it's also got them in with that weaponry. And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates. Hunter's Fury might now be able to cause some damage. No man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through. Raga just immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either, he sticks around. Divide though, the one to punish him. The res available. There's a player that can be res. There it is. Patman's brought back. Even numbers. And it gets Coconut curious. He swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go
hell nah.
into him.
PaperX winning though.
Against two, but he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP. A headshot needed, but it's Divide jumping with the shorty
Time
to close this one out. A round that should have been PaperX's. They will just about get it.
If they
I'm starting to doubt myself there.
If they lost 2 rounds to time with that close, that would have been madness. But unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, the only man falling down in this case was Happyway. Nice shot from Raga. In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like No Man actually walking further into that shot dart rather than away from it. But you understand the panic. A nice attempt. Very low by round, and Happyway definitely.
I think he was doubting it as well.
Well, he has just watched the spike go off at 0.02.
Yeah.
So you can kind of understand why he's nervous, but not quite as close.
The flashback's definitely hitting hard there.
Yeah, XLG.
6-4. XLG, they've called a timeout here on their attack side. That's their first one used, and indeed the first one of this map. It has been a pacey set of rounds. I've liked, as you've said, the direct approach. Even here, they had sheriffs, they had a bookie. We started out, it doesn't look too good, and it comes down to a 1v1 with
mixed it up a lot
second.
as well. I think that's what, whenever I see a team that can only like dive or only do executes, I'm like, okay, this is an average team with maybe great coaching staff, but it feels like a lot of the sort of slower rounds with mid-rounding, I've been impressed by XOG, and you take away the pistol and the follow-up, and this is an incredibly close match. The problem, though, is now they are in a case of this ends 6-6, you go into the second half, you're happy. If this ends 8-4, I think most people will have a lot of faith in the attack side of PaperX to be able to close this one out.
Well, touching base as well before we get back into the round, just on Happyway, someone you highlighted as he had a tough, and the desk highlighted, had a tough map previously, and look at him now, 11-7. He's been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out on time in the 1v3. Impressive performance.
He can't do it.
Rug is going to wait for his teammates to break that wall open. It's going to limit how far he can get. He can barely make it to the backside. Instead, he's going to tuck in default. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fired in deep from something. Clearing out these close corners on the site. Not finding any tags, but delaying the push.
It didn't really allow for much space to get back in either from the side of PaperX. They're waiting to move as a unit. Patman does have ult, but unless they really need this space, it's going to be tough. Divide goes a little bit ahead. They were still setting up utility on the remaining players, and No Man has been able to take that close contact and put them into spot, and especially with Forsaken coming in on this flank, he's managed to get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. He's going to take
Are you serious?
Forsaken, a one-man retake. And another on the board for PaperX.
Shrouding his steps to great effect. He made it past that trap. As you said, camera placed deep on the site. They're worried about the retake from Market. They're worried about early contact for the player over on that box and backside. And instead, he smokes Spain. So he's obviously not coming from here. They want to block this line of sight. And the timing could not have been better. That round was forsaken for XLG. The timeout making no difference. And one round left to play with. For XLG, 7-5 still possible. They'll move to the defense where we've had our questions. The answer's not far away, but will they be a pistol round away from correcting the scoreline or trailing by 4?
This is where the last round really could give them a little bit of wiggle room. Well, we've said that it's been a closer affair than maybe expected, but if it ends 2-0, ends 2-0. They'll still be yet to win a map at a VCT international event. Maybe after how close the first one seemed, they might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but it won't change a thing. Already you can see some of the vulnerabilities, and more worryingly, it's that showstopper Viper's Pit on the other side. Like, there's so much to play with in this final round of the half.
Oh,
the showstopper! It's found 3! Jing! That's unbelievable!
Round chalu hote hi
XLG
khatam.
put it all into this, a round that can correct the wrongs of this half, but that has come falling apart. An explosive entrance into B main from Jing. An 8-4 locked in PaperX, doubling the score of their opponents in that first half.
It's just absolute insanity. Like, it just came down to a lot of those contact plays and Jing managing to get it. It's a pretty big recovery. We'll see if XLG can turn it going into the second half.
उसने वो देखा, नियॉन को जाने दो. भाई साहब क्या था ये क्या था? Happy Alex. That was hot. Alex smiling. Happy about replay. Alex is happy. Alex so happy. Just Seki. W just Seki. Yep. Smurfing in VCT. Lol. They're inside of XLG's mind. Link TikTok. He is happy. He is happy. He is happy right now. Celebrate September. एक्चुअली हाँ, ये लोग में ये रहता है ना, क्या बोलते हैं ट्विच पे, सितंबर के अंदर जो मेंबरशिप्स होती है वो ये हो जाती है, थोड़ी सस्ती हो जाती है. द गाइस हु टेक मेंबरशिप्स वो सितंबर में मेंबरशिप्स ले लेते हैं. Valorant to Asia ने क्या पोस्ट किया है? What did he say? भाई पोस्ट लेकिन किसी दिन मतलब Valorant में these things are not allowed. Like CS होता तो अलग चीज थी, लेकिन Valorant is Valorant and thus it's not allowed. So it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Simple.
And then the next round, Jing decided to get 3 with a showstopper at the very beginning of it and end it before it even began. For XLG, this now comes down to a play of resilience. Like, can you turn the tide? And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think it starts with a pistol.
Very much so. A loss here will send PaperX skyrocketing into the lead. A 9-4, probably 10 on the board. And then they're already on the home stretch while XLG trail. Clamor their way back into the game. So I like this early play. Similar to what PaperX did. 3 players, walkabouts on mid, 1 late towards A, but it's pressure on Happyway. He can't overextend and go down. Just falls back.
क्योंकि गेम के अंदर गाइस पता है समझ में आता है. तुम कितने भी वीडियोस देख लो.
But PaperX look like they want to play aggressive.
Well, this is where the wall causes issues. You're going to block off one avenue and then try and pressure the other. The only thing they really need to worry about is the flank, because they've sectioned everything else off, and actually, no, they're looking the wrong way, completely the wrong way. They've been foiled by their own plot, but there's still a couple of players standing. Jing, Forsaken, not in the best of positions to try and deny this, but that time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the spike. They need to try and wrap back around, and that's exactly what Forsaken will do in this match. This man could do no wrong.
Oh, his impact has been outrageous. That pistol round was slipping through their fingers. The flank that should have been expected. When he found his 4K from main, there was at least a trap there giving them some security on the other side, but PaperX had no reason to believe that that space was clear. They get caught off guard and it's just so nasty.
All I'm going to say is he's already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual wielding by the end. This man knows how to put up MVP performances. And well, map number 1. He always said that the agent he'd never played was Brimmy. He started playing the Brimmy and it didn't look fantastic, but stick the man on an Omen. He's having a ball. And well, I said it was almost imperative for XLG that they get themselves a pistol. 9-4 down, their opponent's map choice. PaperX going into the attack half. And when they have shown strength on this map, that's where it's been. Solid victories on that side versus Sentinels, Fnatic, T1 more recently. And it was a defensive side defeat when they struggled versus Zeta. Everything is set for them to now take this map.
With a good stack from XLG. 4 players on the B side, 2 of them with Sheriffs. The other on the
backside completely.
opposite of where this mid's coming through. A lot of players from PaperX though covering this plant. They've got numbers even after the barrels run, or the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks like a lot of the danger already dealt with. No man traded out, and that's really the story of this take. Even if one player lands that first shot, PaperX flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and 10-4 on the line. But this was not the round XLG were fighting for. It all comes down to round 15. Rifles in play, both sides.
Yeah, well that was the investment of the last round. It was mostly into stingers, a couple of rifles. I also think this is the point you'll make a lot of the time when it comes to Sage. Like there's been critique a lot through history of this agent, but one thing it gives you, especially on a map like this with a lot of different elevations, is sometimes you don't know the angles you're covered or not. And that's about as free as a kill as you're ever going to get. Because let's be real, there aren't that many teams that play with the Sage. Okay, a very aggressive early start to the round, but it is No Man. But impressed so far with him on the Neon. And he started off strong again.
Well, yeah, it's No Man and Jing both trying to get that early contest for this corner. And even with the Boombot backing him up, Jing can't get it done.
No worries.
I think her light cam activate certainly now did. He knows it's there. He's calling for it. And we see the pings that he wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing. Even with that smoke, a TP will be heard. He'll be seen walking through. Nice shot by No Man yet again, delivering. And as he looks up at the cam, that's a wonderful punish. What is going on with something here?
Something
and a swing
with
from No Man that gets punished. Something's got 3. And I think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP. But in comes his old buddy. Something
with 4. Something with that ace to win the round.
An ace from Something! An XLG from 1 foot in the grave to bury deep behind round after round of PaperX success.
My prediction God hai bhai.
To see the
Instagram check karo.
Because I feel like there were 2 players in elbow.
Yeah.
And I don't really understand how he's walked out of it alive. Oh, they're just isolated. Okay, fair enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry. It's incredibly clean, though. An absolute headshot machine throughout the round. And I don't even know if he reloaded in the middle of all of that. It was always going to be one of them, you felt like, to take the first ace of the tournament. And Something will be there. Mentioned maybe Forsaken looking for another bracelet. Maybe he's looking for one that goes with his keyboard.
They'll have to be in gold. 11-4. And a timeout for XLG. Oh.
At these last few rounds, it hasn't even felt like the round 14. You're talking about you're on eco. Round 13, you probably should have won, but Forsaken clutches it out.
Yep.
Round 15, you probably should have won, but you get aced. Yeah. Like, what are you going to say? Oh, we need to get together a little bit more.
Don't let Forsaken get a 4K. Don't let Something get an ace, and we're good. And that's the thing. I feel
it's
like
crazy that you retired as a coach in 2020. Or was it 2021?
I didn't say retired. I'm still open to offers.
Oh, okay.
I'll evaluate in the offseason.
Maybe when Alliance come back, you'll get another job.
I think that's the only way. I'm happy where I'm at for now. Let's put it that way. I think I'm better suited.
It's over, guys.
But for Paper
मैं
X,
break लूँगा guys
11
after
rounds
the
on the
first
board,
map.
XLG in a position where this is really a rock and a hard place. Do you fully invest now? Do you wait? They're going to come in with 2 Guardians, mostly keeping some credits for the next. Nice opening from Devi, and this should be a relatively easy round. That was one of the Guardians that he took down, though. The main punches that they're packing, full blinded up. Patman still looked like he was close to taking that kill.
Yeah, that's a pretty hefty upgrade for No Man as well.
Given the Coconut.
Willing to risk it, and
Nice.
also
Bravo, gets
big
one,
four.
No Man gets
TP,
one.
this is putting them in a good spot. Bear in mind, the spike plant here for Devi would get him his ultimate online and likely bring back someone who's been terrifying if it even gets to that point, because they've already got an advantage.
Everything done by the way.
Putting it in, obviously, in this position. If something can fade back, this is where you'll see your Sova play in main. Most of the time, Hunter's Fury for post plan, but no, they want to fight. Of course they do. This is Paper X we're talking about here. What's going on is that fight? Devi closes it up. They came down to a 1v1. They needed a 3K and a res to get it across the line, but you know what? A round's a round. 12-4 now for Paper X.
There's so much I hate about this round.
That was
like, it was just like, at this point, you can feel like they are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the site with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between a wall, so there's only the tiniest of angles. And yeah, it's that is a nervous smile if ever I've seen one.
Like aced like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Well, here's
and it's popped Hunter's Fury immediately.
It's an early one, and it's Forsaken going deep on the back of the Chaos. Viva, good for the trade, and No Man doing the same. Numbers light on the A site. No Man's the last point of defense, so he'll fall back. Won't continue the aggression. While the rotate had come through, Viva, who started over here towards A, went back to take that kill and spawn, drones out mid, clears it, and they're comfortable now that there's no more pressure on A with that deep control coming in from No Man. There's nothing on mid. They weren't looking, they weren't walkabouts. The B sites where the hit should be coming through. They'll keep in 2-2. But Happy Way and Coconut, they're the ones that have a chance to keep their team in it here and now.
Cage immediately used. Going through all of this utility. Feels like a little bit of a risk. Paranoia even being thrown through as well. So they're going to know that there's a couple of players here at least. Curious to see if Paper X still opt to actually execute in this direction. They're throwing in more utility. Boombot to click close.
35 seconds. Now we're limited on options. We gotta go. But the spams through the smoke. They'll take down Devi in the choke point. The shock dart's fantastic, and the swings are even better. XLG with a round win. Still trailing by 7. But they gotta take this comeback one step at a time.
That's a good round from them. Something to note as well is it really does feel like the Sage Wall, how far you can get it now, actually makes things really interesting, because Devi put that wall in from inside main. Like, he was just like, I might as well give it a go, just try and give us a little bit of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people using this were before were basically boosting themselves up. Brings a slight bit of tactical element to it. Well, a weak buy, but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning indeed. It's a never mind. Unexpected. Jing hit that. Happy Way down and out. Jing revealed in the corner, but he's got backup now as they start to flip back out. No Man looking for market control as a deep late play from Patman. Will it be attempted? But there might not be anyone left to flank. Jing's already got 3.
He's still going.
Coconut's being watched on the flank as Jing looks for his 4th. He won't find it, but they'll clean up anyways. 13-5, 2-0. Paper X looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win to open up champions here in Paris.
Fact is, you can see that individual.
तब तक मैं आता हूँ खाना आना खा के 10 मिनट लगेगा मेरे को 10-15 मिनट में I'll do the dinner. And then till then what do you guys wanna do? Till then क्या नाम है भाई non-copyrighted music. गाने आने सुनो, थोड़ा चिल करो. एक घंटे का म्यूजिक.
College students get
इसको मैं टाटा बाय बाय करता हूँ. चलता है. चलो मैं आता हूँ. बैकग्राउंड ये रहेगा इसका.
बात चिढ़ने लगी फिर से, आंखों में चुभता कल का धुआं, हाल तेरा न होता है, इस खुशी में क्यों गम सा है, बसने लगा क्यों फिर वो जहां दूर जिससे गए थे निकल, फिर से आँखों ने कर दी हो जैसे पहले, लम्हा बीता हुआ दिल दुखाता रहा, खामख्वाह बेवजह ख्वाब बनता रहा, तूने जो ना कहा मैं वो सुनता रहा, खामख्वाह बेवजह ख्वाब बनता रहा।
पूरे इंडिया में आजकल एक ही सवाल ट्रेंडिंग है, खेलना चाहिए कि नहीं। पर बात जब देश की हो तो जवाब जरूर मिलेगा, और मैदान में ही मिलेगा।
एशिया का माहौल गरमाने वाला है।
सवाल ट्रेंडिंग है, पर इंडिया का जवाब वायरल होगा। देखिए साल का सबसे बड़ा मैच, डीपी वर्ल्ड एशिया कप इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, 14 सितंबर रात 7 बजे सोनी लिव पर।
सारे प्रोटीन्स हाई क्वालिटी नहीं होते, गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड परफॉर्मेंस के लिए चाहिए ऑप्टिमम न्यूट्रिशन गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड 100% वे। इसका मेन इंग्रेडिएंट है वे प्रोटीन आइसोलेट। एक्सेस कार्ब्स, फैट्स और लैक्टोज को वे प्रोटीन से आइसोलेट किया जाता है, इसलिए होता है फास्टर एब्जॉर्प्शन और मसल रिकवरी। गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड परफॉर्मेंस के लिए ऑप्टिमम न्यूट्रिशन।
नर्वस आहेस?
नाही सर, डॅन्ड्रफ आहे.
दिसत तर नाहीये. काहीतरी बरोबर नाहीये.
डॅन्ड्रफच आहे, चिकटून राहतो सर.
असं, हा हे ऑइली स्टिकी डॅन्ड्रफ.
नवीन हेड अँड शोल्डर्सचा चारकोल फॉर्म्युला ऑइल आणि डॅन्ड्रफ खेचून काढतो, जेणेकरून ऑइली स्टिकी डॅन्ड्रफ परत येऊ नये.
जलते हुए छाया पेड़ की मिल गई, रूठे बच्चे की हंसी जैसे फुसलाने से फिर खिल गई, कुछ ऐसा ही अब महसूस दिल को हो रहा है, बरसों के पुराने जख्म पे मरहम लगा सा है, कुछ ऐसा है इस लम्हे में है, ये लम्हा कहाँ था सांसें चले बता दे कैसे मैं जीऊंगा तेरे बिना इस कदर तू मुझे प्यार कर जिसे कभी ना मिल सकूं फिर भुला जिंदगी लाई हमें यहाँ कोई इरादा तो दरख्वास्त है ये जो आई रात है ये तू मेरी बाहों में दुनिया भुला दे जो अब लम्हात है ये बड़े ही खास है ये तू मेरी बाहों में दुनिया भुला दे
मनिए साहिब जी जाने हैं सब जी फिर भी बनाए बहाने नैना नवाबी जी देखे हैं सब जी फिर भी न समझे इशारे मनी साहेब जी हम करता बहाने नैना नवाबी जी न समझे
खुद को जाने ना तू दिल क्या सच और क्या फसाने लेकिन मुश्किल खुद को समझाना जाने ना तू क्यों मेरे अनजाना मेरे तू कहना तारा माने तू क्यों सुनता मारा नादा ढूंढे जिनके माया सुने दिन रस्ते उन बाजारों में दिल के फिरता हमारा झूठा दिल झूठा है ये बदनाम पल वो मेरे गुजरे थे कल में तेरे किरदारों में भूल जा जग सारा गर्दिश में चमके वो टूटा तारा
गोरी भैया तो बेवार तू आजा आजा पिया तो है प्यार दूं ओ गोरी भैया तो पे वार दूं इसलिए तू इतना उदास कैसे हूँ अखियों में प्यार इसलिए ओ आजा पिया तो है प्यार दूं ओ गोरी भैया तो पे वार दूं आजा पिया तो है प्यार दूं ओ गोरी भैया तो पे वार दूं इसलिए तू इतना उदास कैसे हूँ अखियों में प्यार इसलिए ओ आजा पिया तो है प्यार दूं ओ गोरी भैया तो पे वार दूं
Free plant on the B side, but what now? Trade-offs then are going to get that free plant on the B side, but you have to favor GX. Being able to take this retake down, it's just going to come down to competent trades in this 4 versus 3.
Zen can still set up here and at least take a tower position. Naturally, Heroic will post up in elbow. They're concerned about a Rappy coming from spawn side, but all of GX now have announced themselves, and that's Grabinho. Not solo, they're atop mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though. Zekin from that tower spot, that ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide across now, but it's Flickless who's exploring the site himself, and GX lock it down. Ara and Flickless, the two players coming up from tier 2, are the ones to make the impact in the pistol.
Both those Sen players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. Despite Bang getting that isolated 1 versus 1 kill on the controller opposition, they're still able to eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. It just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
Sentinels had honestly timed their exit from that A side of the map to perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually see them get there. Not the opener Sentinels were looking for. But again, their attack side's been pretty darn good on Corrode. It's the defense side that's raised a few eyebrows in the past. Here's Zekken trying to challenge early slide on out, but Cloud deals with him. His west side will remain in that pocket spot.
Zelsa's going to go ahead and grab that orb. I'm interested in seeing what Westside is going to bring on this Vice pick, because throughout Stage 2, he was running kind of his patented Cypher on this map, and he was locking down that B site with some very creative setups. But GX have very much so indexed into the meta of this map that we've been seeing more globally. I've certainly been seeing a lot of in Americas. These are agents that Sen are definitely going to be prepared to play against. They've got a lot of experience against them.
Delsa's likely an attempt to sell something more at A. Doesn't just draw out the sheer wall, he commits and is easily picked off. Not the most inspired way to try and catnip GX over at A, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to kick them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds.
Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. Let's go.
Should have no hopes of dealing any damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orb situation and collect each on the 2 sides of the map. West side likely going to clean up these last 2 players. Things go a little bit awry, but all good. He was the man just with the Ghost. So all of the important weapons retained for GX into this bonus round effort that'll be coming up. Of course, an Outlaw early for Aura. So proficient with the scoped weapons. That has been his bread and butter. And such a crucial part of the success for GX on the defensive sides that they play.
I really enjoy watching GX on defense in general. Westside, obviously, fantastic anchor player, really dependable, and where the map allows for it, GX love to push up, get some info, super active on the defense side, even trying to set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test node. Sent into a buy, looking for that mid-control early, and they've smoked it off heavily.
That standard haunt thrown up top by Narrate Prowler through. Your critical pieces of utility for getting up mid, it's early link control. Bang, real low. Zekken as well.
Westside has fallen back to elbow out of that pocket position, but might even... I thought about reposting towards it. The gate crash set up here. Flickless, though, is down. That's a pick over towards top mid. He just goes for an exploration, and Bang was holding the line already.
And look at GX at the top of the map. They're now concerned about some of the gaps that are open, but Sen have just been biding their time, waiting to get into this A site, which is now totally devoid of any anchors.
Also, great presence in A main still for Sentinels here, an off-angle by John.
chances अभी भी है क्योंकि 2 बंदे लो है सामने 2 bulldogs है एक sheriff है
dependable
that is something
in this control role. Will have to find a way in himself here.
Cover going out.
Smoke over towards pocket. That is at least going to eliminate that as an option, and also let GX start to get into the side itself. Zekken waiting. Prowler though, eaten up, close range. He's going to relay vault to try and get the space. He's low down to 45. But the paranoia here. Beside Cloud look to step up. Zekken will be first up and last out apparently. Dravinho hasn't really been able to move from this position at all. Draw GX out of A with that pick in mid. Take the side for themselves.
I do love how Zekken plays that situation, feeling the pressure of multiple GX players, retaking through that main area of the site. Loses some health, doubles back. A paranoia comes through from Bang to assist him. Prowler as well, then reposts on the angle. Even a little movement adjustment for that second kill. Really lovely stuff from him. Not too much damage done from GX on that bonus round. Sen stabilizing their economy just a bit here.
Once again, it's the same setup over towards mid. Both the fast lane and the Vaibhav were committed. Dravinho playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest with this paranoia.
Prowler's following him out.
Multiple players there. Prowler goes through a Bang crucial kill.
Unable to use the paper mache walls to his favor though. Takes Bang down now. Wants to try and challenge mid off the flash. Much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control, the B side of the map secured.
Now this is GX saying you're not going to be taking mid for free. What an adjustment from Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but wow, actually just pops it as a fake immediately that he's gotten back out towards that B-side link, but he's staying posted up.
Here's that proactivity on defense for GX, but this time it puts him right in crosshairs. Aura at least is able to respond, again emerging from that top mid spot.
With Zekken having full HP.
In the round, locking mid down, causing that spike to go loose, and leaving it all up to Zekken.
Those remaining Sen players, numbers dwindling away because they just have too many angles to cover.
A double face here is easy to put together. Zekken has to expect that, yeah. Either Aura or Flickless will get the job done. He's for someone who's feeling a bit under the weather recently, not even scrimming. He's hit the ground running.
Debut global event as well. I love this adjustment from GX. Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. Sen have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility, just re-pop onto them, re-fight for that space. Really, really love that decision from GX. And now Sen, some fear is going to be instilled in them as well. When we have those walls up in mid, there could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these Zelsis lurks mid to late round have been looking so far. Flickless has been hard to shift on that B side of the map. Zara setting up close and personal. This time a little more than he perhaps bargained for at top mid. Now 3 players in link. Surely GX pop from here.
Well, yeah, they want to re-push. Steel guarded as well. Sen routed, running down mid, but Bang caught up top. So is Zekken.
Confirmation though as Westside steps in the mid.
Oh, they can get
Steel Garden, by the way. The classics ring out. I've never seen a better endorsement for the bundle than that. And the A side is open for Sentinels.
A cool, proactive idea from GX to try to refight into the mid. But with Sen being able to escape towards the bottom and then, re-swing out, that is madness. How on earth does Zekken get 2?
Well, they have
one onto the first guy coming in who's trying to clear, see where people are at. Sure. How on earth does he get a second off that?
At the risk of being a little facetious, the crossfire setup for Sentinels was pretty good in top mid because they're obviously able to push all the way up to the arch at the very top of that part of the map. I think that's something we've got to have a look at here. It has to fall apart for GX. They look like they have the Prowler out wide, they have the opportunity, and they lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters' hands.
Well, they're certainly feeling confident. I'll tell you that. They have not come into this game with nerves.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something they did to Fnatic in that series that really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from
doubling,
really inopportune moments for them. Very disruptive. That is just
Zekken just straight up won a 1v1 against Scrivinio on that swing. That is crazy.
So Steel Garden didn't really have the impact I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very GX-coded play, though. They love to use an ult on defense to activate some kind of very aggro play. Sen are just going back to the well, seemingly. They wanted to go up mid, but this time it's just a little bit more of a bait, drawing the attention and a reposition towards this B main side, and GX are going to find that out when they pop out of the smoke with the flash.
Not a costly re-clear in terms of util for GX. Somewhat in positioning, right? They now have to make their way back into B, and if they don't beat the timing, they're in trouble. Now, no one's going to be affected by this Nightfall. Flickless, though, does step in, and the Steel Garden is active this time against GX. Bang with the paranoia. They're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekken gets in there with the overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke. It's very clear where Flickless was standing. He's hit with that seize. And all GX now get mowed down. Coming out of top mid, even at long range, Zekken downs Aura. 3 for him in the round. Another flawless posted by Sentinels.
Zekken at global events this year has just been a monster. At Toronto, he was out of control. If he gets right back into that form here at Champions, this is going to be a potent Sentinels team. GX take a massive risk trying to get back into that site. During the Steel Garden, Flickless goes in.
Give me a fist bump. Let's go.
Crazy bold play, and they're punished for it.
Examples can sort of guess how deep GX have gotten back into that side because of the info, or the lack of info that Nightfall actually provided. And then they've got such a massive inherent advantage. And Zelsis off the rip finally wins one against Flickless here at B, but he had some backup.
This is just a Sharps round for GX, so you can't really fault Flickless for trying to go for something aggro.
Again, this is
it's all of GX going for something aggro, which it's really felt like every single round so far. Nice shot from Cloud, does deal with Zekin.
John gets a lot of damage on this corner, in fairness. At the kill. Picked up the GX. Okay, when those regen shields really getting pushed their limits for John, he is going to have to give a lot of ground here and try and play at arm's length. He's given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario at B.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, they should just be trying to kill John here. And they are. Thank you. Able to collect both. Well played from Sen's IGL.
Like the look from Grabinho this game. He's not been able to get on the board in game for Mana. And, well, that's going to remain the issue. Sentinels post another one here, and this is that economy now. The North American squad starting to develop.
That was fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put Sen's economy in an absolutely out-of-control spot now. They will not be on an eco anytime soon. Uphill battle for GX in that regard.
One enemy remaining.
And so to some degree, it does feel like Sentinels are trying to tempt some early movement out of GX in these rounds, right? Take some space early, give it up, see if they re-clear, see how much they invest in re-clearing. Either use it positionally or fight them as they try and do so. This time it's over towards A, that's where the presence is, but there is a poison orb inside A main. Sentinels aren't going to advance too much further than this for now. You'll notice they've left that shield wall in their wake, so likely looking to end elsewhere.
We're finally seeing Aura pick up that operator. It's so critical for GX.
Pivotal to his play style.
Yeah, success on defense, both for him, but for the team in entirety. You know, a lot of their defense success really comes around playing with the op and then forcing those attackers into Westside's sight where he's so fantastic at anchoring.
Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner. Danger abounds. Westside, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it. And a to fall as well. Perhaps some more dotty vibes, crossing of T's required there for Sentinels. And they have crumbled in a screaming heap.
He is such a stunningly consistent player in scenarios just like that. Playing in anchored positions, Elsis is going to be able to pick up this one, but still, how can they wrangle this back? Time is getting quite low, 30 seconds remaining. Spike,
30 seconds
isolated
left.
top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now, but...
There's a haunt, shot out. Phone spotted, now we're going to start spamming, I suspect. Ara obviously been able to hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That wall heavily perforated, the damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain this weapon. He'll wait for a step up, caught in the seas, decayed to 1, and dispatched.
That's that op getting online, and then just kind of forcing. You can see Sen, they want to play towards top mid. They go right into Westside. Displays some lovely patience there. Picks the opportune timing. Crosshair placement is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to for him when you watch him on defense. His crosshair placement is just genuinely impressive. Always in the right spot.
Good bait, no? I'm all behind you.
Really liking what I'm seeing from Westside this game. Flickless also been really asserting himself on the B side of the map and successful. Still have started to figure out a couple of ways to best him.
Second does take a bit of spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that op controlling the B side.
So now what do they do with this mid control? Do they give it up, wait for a re-clear? Cut noise, perhaps, look for a way in on A. There's a shield wall there in A main, which has not been uncommon in this game.
I mean, right now, there's no reason for them to believe that Sen aren't going to drift towards either maybe up mid, but likely towards A at this point. Now, all of that vice until towards A is actually expended, so that's nice for Sen to get out around the minute mark on the round.
Ara playing forward on B here means it's pretty hard for Sentinels to feign B presence at all. Back to elbow. Eyes on Westside here, someone who we've been tracking very closely as the top performer already in these 8 rounds. Poison Ob here will obscure that field of view somewhat. Shield will now trigger, and Sen are going to fully commit. So they got 4 players here heading over towards Yard, which is the Omen led back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peek into mid dealt with. And some elbow control being assumed now for Zelsus. Slow and steady. There's a relay ball catching on to Gravino. He's struggling in this game. Narrate doubles down.
क्या
West
entry
side out of the
करते
picture now.
हैं एक
40% of the A side's been cleared. And Flickless walks headlong into an up shot.
That was simply the perfectly placed recon pull from Second. That connected onto both anchoring players on their re-entry after being stalled so heavily by a really significant ultimate that Cloud threw out. That connected onto everyone coming through that link side. They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia thrown on top of that. You know, which perhaps Gravino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry, but did think they were going to maybe pop out of that smoke, so can't really blame him, but would have been nice to have for that second wave.
I think in general, I just think the evolution of GX on this Corrode map has been satisfying. They've been criticized, I think, maybe for sticking to their sort of Sova breach guns too heavily on a lot of maps in the past. I think the adoption of this Yoru gives some coverage on a lot more of the map, and also some pseudo-initiator capacity, right, in terms of his kit. Not too shabby from them. Remember, Sentinels have a 74% attack side win rate on this map recently. Typically, they run teams over here. The GX staying in step is a very good sign.
And that is really the thing about GX in terms of their comp choices. They love the double initiator still, and it got them on the best run that they've had all year in Stage 2 to make it to champs. But now that they're here, yeah, they're switching up towards the more meta double controller, at least to begin here on Corrode. Opsil for Aura. Flickless does have that Viper's Pit, which could be thrown down on B at a moment's notice. So.
Still Garden also active on both sides. That's been a pretty key component of the util or ultimate heavy rounds we've seen on Corrode so far.
What do you expect if Sen make too much noise over on this B side? That pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards a main. So this should be a challenging round for Sen.
Yeah, look at this forward posting up here in A main by Ara. This is, I think we heard that shot ring out. This has made a little bit hard for Sen to get this part of the map under their control.
And it's key for them that they try to exploit some of these lanes in mid, knowing that that pit is in B main. Kill from Cloud, just spam, I believe, yeah.
Might have been off the back of some of that util lead away. Second now falling. That is mid presence completely neutralized. Now's a peek out from A short. Now where do you go? Sen are running out of options. They did draw the Viper's Pit out onto the B side of the map. Flickless felt like that was an appropriate investment. But elsewhere, there's no penetration here for Sentinels.
GX just do a great job of finding those kills in mid, the only really open lane that Sen had, and now they're going right back into this pit in B main. Zelsus with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this time.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in Stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe to clear out. Yeah, this pit, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Gravino set up on the corner. Pip down though, Flickless inside of it, caught inside the seize, but Gravino nicely done with a recovered operator. He'll narrate. Impossible situation. He'll just hope to walk away with weapon intact.
Gotta feel good for Gravino to get online, get on the board, couple crucial kills to close this round out. It's nicely done from him. GX able to tie things right back up. You can see the effectiveness now that the operator is online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills with it, it's just the map control that he's impacting the game, right? That is
apropos of nothing, Wyatt. Cloud has just gotten
a bit unfortunate.
The inkling he should spray.
What a shot from West Side. He is so good, man. He really is talented.
Yeah, I've become a bit of a fan of this GX team, I think, watching them. I love those teams who want to push up for info and defense, get active a little bit, take some risks.
Aura again is posted up towards that A main side with the operator and has a gate crash all the way towards back B. He needs to get over there quickly, and he just may need to. Steel Garden is going to canvas the entirety of the site. Flickless isolated in there with just a shorty.
Okay, Steel Garden out in response, but this does is really slow Sentinels down. Do they want to imply they've been affected by it? Pull out your secondary.
I mean, that does enough that Flickless does get his gun back in time, ready to fight towards Link. Second power.
That is a nasty one. Gravino able to cover at least, and now swinging into two. It's Bang deals with him. Did catch the pocket player with the paranoia. It's shocking to me that there's even a trade. Nicely done for GX, and Zelsus is dug out of position. Traded though, West side off the map. Now player inside elbow, and Sentinels have the pre-plant Viper's Pit in play.
Then caught by that Prowler, knows it's time to just get out of there. This dimensional drift trying to spot players out for Cloud, but with Aura isolated, no value to be found from this ultimate.
What's the play supposed to be for Aura? Yeah, I think discretion might be the better part of Valley here. Play off the side, hold the up, Still another round left in the half. Maybe get yourself a freebie if anybody steps past the line of scrimmage.
Really has no choice but to save. Look at the status of the catch for GX. It is dangerously low, and there is zero chance he'd be able to win this post plant out in this 1v3 with the pit down. I honestly, though, if Zekin doesn't get that initial kill, that absolutely absurd neon slide kill, round looks totally different. You have to imagine 9 out of 10 times he's going down there. He's jumping out to create space and draw the crosshair away from his teammates. He didn't even have his gun out.
There are actually
slides and
there
gets
are
a kill.
2 GX players on that corner, and if the paranoia doesn't hit one of them, as you see there, this is disastrous. This is very bad for
criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from Westside as well. That was nice. He, with the wall going down, he pops splash, he isolates a 1v1.
The tables are hot, gentlemen.
But from there, he's not able to get any assistance. Heaven was smoked off where Aura was at. Good effort, but
Sentinel seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map.
Oh, there it is. Prowler tried to get involved, not to be Aura.
Flattens Zekin and now is able to fall back further.
That is Aura going onto that angle late. The attacker beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing with the AWP.
Now, he's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after that first pick in A. 3 players of Sentinels here grouped out trying to make their way through short. This is not being actively checked by Grabinho. Now the ball comes up at it's time for them to get on in. Aura now needs to spend a shot, get back through the wall. This is going to get that top mid control over. The Sentinels have struggled to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction one.
They draw a lot of attention towards P. Good paranoia from Grabinho will stall things up. For Sen, maybe allow for a rotate timing. Well, rotate is gone now. Westside at least with a pretty swift trade. Sen still need to deal with the anchors here on this site from GX.
And they're still on a clock from that rotation in through mid. It's Cloud with the Guardian now to give a quarterback a good out of himself. And that's Grabinho for 2. What an important anchoring moment for GX. Just as Sen looked like they'd had the local player advantage. Beautiful on defense this team is. Really enjoyed that half. Sentinels here are more stately open to the Champions campaign.
A real neck and neck game at the moment.
हगी है सेंटिनल्स 1-2 राउंड एक आधा राउंड यहाँ पे जाइंटेक्स भी हगी है 104 पड़ा उसको एक सेकंड शॉर्ट कॉल क्या है भाई अच्छा ओके ठीक है भाई VLR पे चलते हैं चैम्प्स कल के NRG का गेम और लिक्विड का गेम कल है ग्रुप ए कल 9:30 लिक्विड वाला है 6:30 एनर्जी वाला है भाई साहब एनर्जी यार कल अगर मेरे को काम से बाहर जाना पड़ा ना तो सीन लगे 2-0 पेपर एक्स इसमें सेंटिनल्स 2-1 मेजरली 2-1 सेंटिनल्स ठीक है, well played. हो गया ये मैप थोड़ा लेफ्ट एंड राइट ही वॉच पार्टी हुई है अपनी ये पूरा मैप वैसे गया
A stunning three-piece that has now given Sen a chance to come up for air. And Zelsis deals with the spike carrier. A round that felt all but lost there. Salvaged by the captain.
I suppose Nere feeling like if he goes out, they wouldn't expect John to be behind that box as well. So sacrifices his life. And
yes.
John, he definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that could win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Arkrose confirms no presence in the side after the fact Westside has pulled back now, though. Giving this position away. Smoke thrown up here. Bang will be waiting within its depths now as Elsa's already got it to half. And Westside gets a frosty reception when he ducks in. Sentinels after a rocky start. 3v5 at one point. Able to take a second half pistol.
That is such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Maybe the spacing could be looked at there for GX, but it's hard to feel like they did anything really wrong there.
Idea's not totally aligned there. I mean, if Ara just swings out normal, he might have just gotten the instant trade. So fundamentals a miss, and John hits some unreal shots to exploit it.
Classic Sen move here that force it into heavy stingers after winning the pistol. Something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up pretty healthily.
The Sen have absolutely loved doing this. They just have the one Bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well. Even on the attack side if they actually win that pistol.
Yeah, it is typically on attack that they've favored this buy. Couple shards for GX, see if they can get anything accomplished here.
Zekken very far forward, but this is being checked for. This is about to be ugly. Oh my goodness, the raid bails him out. Zekken has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go for some right clicks. Oh yeah, classic NA sting around, I suppose. For those unaware, that's a thing.
And then when you lose the stingers, well, it's not too bad. It's not the biggest hit to the economy. You can just buy more stingers. Yeah. So you're fine. That is the North American
hailing
way.
from the land of plenty. Just buy more stingers. Great setup here for Narrate, though. It ends up being a crossfire as GX know. They know Zekken is in that corner. They look to dig him out, but expose themselves to that off angle. Not even Ara can bail them out.
Well, let's see what the plan is here from Sen. They are going to make a pretty fast approach down mid, it seems. As GX work both of the extremities.
How much longer can they take this early mid-control when we start to play the spam game? That's my question. Something they got owned by NRG on, with Brock just spraying them. with an Odin.
One nice little benefit of playing the Yoru against Sen, you know that you're going to be able to use that clone to just trip the Vice wall. So that is immediately
super free.
Yeah, just off the map for Zelsis.
So change of tact here for GX. Flying off that B side of the map, which is far more loosely held. It is only John. By elbow now with a stinger, so not at his effective range. Likely would leave this open for retake.
Should have the molly for a little bit of stall, and Zekken is actually posting up towards that link. Dodges out the paranoia.
All right, in the site, Grabinho also TPing across, very much like Lotus here, as those two are able to get a bit further ahead. Into the site, rotation coming back through, spawn here for Sentinels, and a position taken up in tower. But remember, these are just stingers, with the exception of Bang's Bulldog.
There was really no opportunity for Sen to flood there. Players not in position. Zekken continually just smoked off. And now on the re-entry, they're going to have to deal with these thorns on the ground.
Yeah. And no Steel Garden, no Nightfall, none of that sort of accoutrement, so to speak. In we go. Zekken up first, banged out as John and QT step in. No one to trade there for Aura, but yet it's narrated.
The retake is perfect.
Cloud, you'd think would be dug out of this corner in a few moments. Economically, this is massive for Sentinels.
The retake is
a very
perfect.
cheap bonus with 3 stingers in play. And we're going to have a full retake on the B side.
Just a 5-on-5 full retake. Zekken gets a lot of distance with the fast lane up coming out of Blink there.
It's a backbreaker for GX.
And Grabinho just steps into the open
Wait हुआ Zekken.
to try and
Bang
find
एक
the
मारा,
kill off
John
him, not expecting that a
actually
player
दो
would be
मारा.
right there. I mean, Bang gets an absolute free one on account of it. John out of his seat.
As you should be.
Yeah, what a round to win. Inflection point in this map. Yep. Honestly, this is where Sen might be able to just run away with the rest of the game.
And it's honestly an uncanny amount of these stinger bonuses we've seen Sentinels be successful on, even domestically. But able to have a proof of concept here and an international, gonna feel good for them. Again, they want that mid control here, but they're being pinged down. It's actually Grabinho spotted by the horns. And an easy pickup for Zekken through all this smoke.
All the GX players, just sheriffs are.
Let's go.
What on earth is that?
Zekken is running down.
That's not how the game is supposed to be played.
Give me that white ripper PvP,
That's not
bro.
how the game is supposed to be played, bro.
Baby. Oh my goodness. Tough round, of course, for GX to walk into. Knew they'd be unfavored economically.
This isn't what I thought the game would be when I was playing the
What happened to the
beta.
game, I love?
That was devious.
But what is to stop
activity from Zekken?
What is to stop GX though from scouting out this early movement? Because they are thrusting down mid, right? In theory, you could spray them down. You've got a double controller competition of your own. Ping them out with your, with Fade Initiator. Surely that's an option here to answer this like early push-up.
Really, outside of a couple of those early fight rounds from GX, mid has belonged to Sen this entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical on Corrode that is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
The joke, Rob Moore, please don't tweet at me. Obviously not the ending to stage they would have liked. And everyone expecting them to step up here. So far, not so shabby. The mid control, again, that GX does not contest in the early part of the round. They're really only interested in the extremities. So Zekken's gotten pretty deep.
Rotate now from GX over towards this A side. Have to pay attention to Aura, of course, with that dimensional drift. Can collect all of the info towards A. And if Cloud gets just one orb, we'll have the Nightfall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows them to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post-plant.
Ara in shot there, concealing surely a massive chin. Very chiseled. And beginning with the dimensional drift, and now sees the Nightfall come out. Cloud caught out of that timing. Looks like Ara's going to commit to the site. And it's sent packing by Bang, who'll happily occupy this pocket position and play off second where it even needed. Another 3-piece.
Continuously 4K.
For the young gun.
Flawless is off.
Another flawless for Sentinels, and 2 rounds away from a map take.
This control of mid is, again, just so influential. The pace that Zekken is able to just get right over into this A site and fight off that Nightfall catches one. Look at the teleport from Bang. That's insane.
Tariq made me fall in love with Sentinel.
Rightly so. Talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor. Yep. One of the absolute best.
And it looks like the cue there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam that Nightfall onto the attackers, catch them out. Timeout here for GX. They've not had any control this half. They've not won any rounds, of course. It started with their loss in the pistol and then a very unlikely loss in their first gun round against the triple stinger Bulldog Sheriff by. They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Down by 5 rounds. Every single player on Sen effectively money capped right now. They have ultimates to play with. The game is within Sen's hands to take. This first map, their pick of Corrode.
Coach Pipson just trying to re-establish what the parameters should be for this GX attack side. And maybe at some point, they've returned to trying to fight for mid a little bit. But they tried it once so far this half, and it caused Grabinho to get pinged out by a Horde and picked off instantly.
To be fair, that one time, that was just a buy where they had some lower weaponry, but they're just ignoring mid entirely again. They just want to hit this B site with the ultimates, it seems.
Okay.
Maybe some kind of cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
Look, we've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They can at least get their Omen and Yoru past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. And you're right, Wyatt, you called it. Nightfall comes on in. They want to fight for this here. Razorvine already popped down on the side.
Actually
Zekin
wanted,
is there
bro.
already. And he's got an overdrive to work with. Straight through the pit he goes. He's ready to throw down.
He is running down right now. He got 4. He is going for the ace.
High voltage warning should be on the label for this guy.
No, bro.
Not quite the ace, but still. Well, it's a show-stopping performance.
Bang cleans this up. 12 rounds for Sen, 1 away from the win. Again, it is just the pace that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight up hits from GX
20
are
kills.
getting absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. What a that was tough. Very cool as well. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing Sen to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far cry from what we see domestically from them. Looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horde does ping out Grabinho. Those stuck inside that corner. Ara's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. Finally, they've given some mid control over.
And why not go for that if you're Zekin?
At this point, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of confidence.
Nice.
Winless, unfortunately, peaks into 2 Sen players who've taken full A main control.
Nice.
God.
Spike down A.
Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body
GG. 4K by Norway to take the map
Sentinels campaign.
and take the lead from Fendera.
And a slow start conservative. Looks like they really wanted to get their bearings early on Corrode, and then a perfect defense side to lock up the first map, 13-6.
That is an energizing open for the Sen City, who last we saw took a pretty tough loss.
What is Josh Seki doing? Everybody is just watch partying around. ठीक है. हम क्या देख रहे थे? हम अब रैंक का डल्ले देखेंगे, रैंक का डल्ले करेंगे, रैंक का डल करेंगे, बैटल कर लिया हमने, अब रैंक का डल करेंगे. Create event. There's a daily game.
Isa lang yung nakita. Kasi isang race.
Nobody देखा था.
So,
No peeking.
ड्रेस पे खेल रहा है लौंडा. Just a second. Playing on stretch red.
Revealing area.
Be right back.
Shit.
Spike down B. Refreshing.
elbow.
Last player standing. Back like I never left. No charges. One enemy remaining.
Gago, ang galing niya, pre.
Grabe kayo, Kor.
मॉडल होना चाहिए असेंडेंट है भाई फ्लैट में ऐसे लोग आने लग गए नो यूटल अभी तक नो यूटल नहीं है पेड़ कहाँ है पेड़ की यूटिल नहीं चाहे एस मारा हो भाई गोल्ड ये पेड़ यूटिल ही नहीं आई है The only problem मैंने इसको गोल्ड दिया था कि पेड़ यूटिल ही नहीं आई
Picked her both there.
ठीक है paranoia
Nice. Good shot.
अब 2 शॉट में कैसे ही बताऊँ कि क्या है अब 2 शॉट में मैं कैसे ही बताऊँ कि क्या है मैंने कुछ भी तुक्का मार पाया हो गया ठीक ही है 1.5 मिनट है think is doing the Watchparty. ये तो प्रिंसी है Suki is playing Dead by Daylight, okay. मत कर माया को हैगा मत कर गाने कौन से वो सुनेंगे इसमें देखते हैं सेव द प्लेलिस्ट वॉच लेटर पताका क्या कर रही है मूवी देखने चलूंगा मैं तो भाई और भाई क्या करते हो
Welcome to Prox.
He's not watching Sen का गेम
बैठ लेते मैं वही मार्केट रिकॉन दे दूंगा अगर जाना है तो
हाँ मिड टू बी करो मिड
ले जा
करना तो बॉटम
स्पाइक ले जा
स्पाइक्स हियर तो हमारे साथ आके बॉटम रिवील देना वो क्लोज आता है
मेरे को एक बाय दे देगा कोई
स्पाइक देना
अरे मैं लेट लगा मैं मार्केट रिकॉन ही देता हूं
हां
Scanning ahead. There they are.
मारो उसको बैन
80 नाइस गुड रेट
Last player standing.
मुझे लगा तू मैं स्मोक करता पर मुझे लगा तू वॉल डालेगा
बाय द वे गाइस एक और चीज मैं ग्रुप बी में गलत हो सकता हूँ ग्रुप सी में मैं नहीं गलत होऊंगा ग्रुप डी में भी आई कुड बी रॉन्ग बट मैंने डार्क हॉर्सेस पे पैसा लगाया है मेजरली डीमन 1 पे पैसा लगाया है एक डीएम हो जाए ठीक है वक्त है 5 भाई क्यूबर्ट is there.
Match found.
देखो बहुत दिनों से चुल है I guess amigos बंद ही इसलिए हुई थी I don't know नियॉन भी गई है गो करते हैं थोड़ा
Move or get zapped.
विंडो कैप्चर ने गेम कैप्चर पर्सन एस्केप की जगह पे वैलोरेंट एक इंटरव्यू होगा फिर स्टेज पे आएंगे भाई जल्दी सिलेक्ट करने जस्ट अ मोमेंट गाइस अगर नहीं हुआ सिलेक्ट तो आई वोंट गो नहीं मतलब कितने टाइम के बाद में तुम लोग सही सब आया हूँ मजा आ रहा है अच्छा लग रहा है क्या फीलिंग गुड भागूंगा गूगल करके अल्टे अब ब्राउन गोल्ड के लौंडे हैं
I miss you so much, agents. All that suffering. I thought I ought to return the favor.
Reloading.
Reloading. Going. Go.
Let the bullets fly.
Reloading. I'm out of here.
One down.
Satchel out. Too slow.
It up.
Gotta go.
Perfection. Adios.
Reloading.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Cutting their vision. Get it.
ऊपर भी चढ़ के बैठे हुए
Satchel out. Go.
Precision kill.
Killed.
10 seconds until stage change.
I'm out of here.
Bueno. Stage
Back off.
2.
एक गोली लगी उसको
Gotta go. 3. Shocking. Reload.
3 for me.
Buddy out.
आरएनजी करनी थी
This way.
Ultimate orbs.
Go. Running low. Taken out. My ult's ready.
New stage in 10.
Here we go.
Stage
Shock it. An ace. Gotta go. Miss. You blinked. That's 3. Go away. Bye-bye. Smart move.
Charge your ults.
What?
आया रे आरएनजी करते हुए
Nice drive.
आरएनजी बट
New stage in 10.
Satchel out. Go, go, go.
They will cower.
Coming through.
Final stage.
I'm out of here. Reloading. Go, go, go. Smart move. Watch out. That's 3. 4 down. My ult's ready. Get lost.
करना मित्रों तुम्हारी लाइन का नहीं हूँ
That's 3.
Gotta go. Here we go. Satchel out. I'm out of here. Bad move.
Still in sight.
This way. Got one.
That's a kill.
5 kills left.
डबल ट्रिपल पीक करके एक क्राउच करके एक बिना क्राउच करे बैठा है
Reloading. Get out of my way.
Get it. गाइस बाकी फंडिंग चालू है और देश फंडिंग चालू है तुम फंड ना करो फिर मेरे को ही लेनी पड़ेगी बाकी फंडिंग चालू है You guys can fund me, simple. मैप चालू हो गया अब सेंटिनल्स पहला राउंड हार भी गई
Running in numbers, and Acrobania with the Bulldog has to salvage the situation.
Cloud only has the Ghost right now. Probably can't recover. A gun goes in. Zelsa's just
Not
ready for
good.
that.
Here's Grubby though. Little more than a 1. Much needed, and Sentinels on nothing but classics. Once again, shilling the bundle. Get that top mid control and go mark it very quick.
The GX players just not synced up at all here. Aura is caught in alone. Westside spent a bunch of time just spamming through that cage that was thrown in market so Sen could cross the site. So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura, who fully commits, stays, tries to kill Zekin on the slide.
For no reason. I didn't even yell at them. I didn't even.
And from there, I mean, GX, they just really mistime their players coming into flood and assists. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this position from Cloud. It's so dirty. Zekin walks up into it. And so GX will take their pint of blood early in the round. Nicely done by Westside.
Stunning shot.
And this is GX for you. So active in these early rounds. So proactive. Looking to work the map. Push up for info. Take risks. And it's given them the edge. Even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward. Catches one with the cam. GX are trying to be fast on this rotate. And Celsius isolated. That relay bolt forced narrate back or he would have been caught.
Frustrating for Celsius. He certainly would have felt stranded there. As the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug.
Those classics are
Now, they're
working
trying to
for
work
both
them
the
out with only
teams,
two
actually.
players up. Now considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, he feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact, but that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell actually if he broke out, if it was flickless. Regardless, Sen do not want to get into that B site. They know there are multiple players there. Yeah, but what options do they have?
They've had no mid control at all, and Gravino is able to scope up in time to deal with John.
Nice try.
And simply, he will pull back now towards the middle of the map. Oh, nice little angle there held by Gravino. A fantastic thrifty from GX. And again, Sentinels try the same thing, burst the pace onto that B site, but very heavily disrupted by the breach util of Flickless.
They're able to, I think, throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get Flickless one, I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay ball from Aura, who was getting into assist Westside so fast on that rotate.
Oh, we lost against Eco.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get bored.
Give it back
watching
to Zelsis a little bit. He stood up for their ego.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Gravino, wow, they're having problems standing on their feet right now, Sentinels. Cut down aggressively. Gravino is able to push up here, and Flickless can only go 1 for 1. Still, the Sentinels committing all of their remaining resources to that elbow part of the map. It'll leave Zelsis limping away with the recovered Phantom. An 8 in the chamber.
Nice shot from Cloud. Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger Rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards elbow with the much better weaponry. They make light work of that.
That's how it looked off the rip. The ping is very good. It's a freebie for Gravino. Shoot the dart, boys.
No one ready for that one.
Can't navigate all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down, sit down.
What was the first one? Shield down?
No, a little sit
Shield
down.
Shield down.
A little sit down. Sen, all right, well, we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early. And the buy for Sen honestly isn't great because they committed a fair amount into that Stinger round. They didn't get kills. They didn't, only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously. So the armor, not ideal. Bang with just the Guardian.
And on Corrode, as soon as they knew that Ara had an operator, they stopped playing his parts of the map. They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got the Neon, of course, who can take this space aggressively, but Ara's going to repost up on this corner and might have a timing.
And the danger is where Aura's in a location, you want to go elsewhere, and then you're running into the site that West Side is anchoring. And that is where he's at his absolute best, especially when he's playing Cypher.
The option, of course, to try and play top mid, pull the rotation through, and all gets gunned down apparently by GX. Man, that's going to lock Sentinels out of the round. It feels very hard to bounce back from that. What, are you going to go back to the site that Ara's still posted up on?
Very cool from GX that they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen will be rotating away from A. Aura's reposted up towards elbow, so then they're ready to just gun them down midway through their rotate. They read the situation well, and they, as a team, will always do something proactive around that on defense, even if it is just setting up, a high-low open face like that to get the man advantage.
I'm always really impressed by the sheer number of different set plays that GX can put together on defense. It feels like they've always got something. Like Pipson has them drilled to a T. But this team, right, who in this form we've only seen since, the end of stage 1? They won 1 game of kickoff? 1 game in stage 1? Now they're at champs?
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th in kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage 1, and now they're at champs. And that is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Aura and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. So they make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from Narrate, and they're just but 1 orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder for Zelsis.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. Smoke top mid here. This is already drawing that potential high-low setup across for GX, leaving A pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's R with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Safe pair of hands for sure.
This drone heading into mid is going to at least spot out Zekin. These dark covers are going to need to be cycled yet again from Bang up towards top so Sen can safely maneuver around this area of the map.
That's the second one being used, of course, to be able to use a third should be required.
Now it looks like Sen at some point, do they just want to see if someone is over towards A? Are they going to make noise and then try to pivot back into a B split? I don't think they really made any noise towards A just yet.
I think Zelsis wants to probably find a fault line opportunity when it comes back available, but Zach is going to go straight into market anyway. It sees the trip, clears it.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Sen are trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid for Zelsis to maneuver in. Orso has this operator not spotted out.
Dangerous there, very dangerous, but Bang goes for a diligent little shoulder peek. Ara, those asking for more, and there's no opportunity to trade it back. Flickless may have fallen, that's a breach util gone, but most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the round. Sentinel's accelerating here.
पांचों मारे भाई जीतने के लिए.
Sound barriers, they hit that A side, and all the GX get drawn out into the town square.
What an insane execute from
John
Sen.
QT is not happy.
That's a crazy pivot back towards A. Making it seem like they were going to go through market, then they smoke top mid for Celsius to kind of re-flank up top while they're going through main. That was madness.
Ara's set up here ends up being what? The trade is the play here from Link. Narrate has his crosshair set already for that emergence out of elbow. And Sen just send it
Cypher ult to work now.
Wow, he went crazy.
Yeah, he's disgusting in some of those moments. I think the pistol three-piece as well back on Corrode. Another moment memorable.
Yeah, he's
for
had
John.
some insane individual plays so far today.
Cloud did not look pleased with how that round went.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because Second goes down immediately in market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in market. It catches out second. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when, you might have a Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they've called.
Yeah, and to that point, yeah, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win. It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary that they just threw to win that one out.
I mean, that is very much just trying to make the most of what you have left. Bringing the lemonade recipe out here to Paris, I guess. But again, tough to replicate rounds like that.
Now, we've seen from GX, when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. R will push down Grabinho through
क्या है
mid.
ये?
This is something that Sen need to be
यो क्या
prepared
मजाक ये?
for. It's a play that they like to activate that they've used in EMEA.
Zelsa's got battered there by the Hunter's Fury, and Grabinho winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about
the spike is down in that corner. Center getting sold out by the dark cover, paranoia going through, or in an isolated 1v1 though.
They have the Rolling Thunder to get A-main control back. That is absurd. A counter one comes out though. Flickless lets it go, but it's Grabinho who eventually falls by the wayside.
Everything is not happening well, bro.
It's not there to double up. Now trying to at least play off this aftershock. Zelsa's got his, and it all falls apart. Talk about a team who likes to be assertive on the defense side. GX, more than most.
That is a classic GX play right there.
Keep them coming, baby.
They love to use an aggressive early ult. This is an exact round out of their playbook that we saw them use to win a round against Fnatic, for instance, in their matchup in the playoffs. This is what they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Kaplan has definitely seen that. It didn't really seem to prepare them for it either way.
भाई साहब.
What a nice look there for GX. Here's a fault line that'll force Cloud off the line, and the cross back for Grabinho finds a perfect window to punish Narrate. And again, early in the round, Sen have been knocked down to 4.
It's good to see Grabinho really getting into the game here on map 2. I don't think that Corrode performance in any way is representative of the normal level of play that he is offering to this GX team. And he's starting to come to life here when they desperately need him to stay in this series.
The buy here for Sentinels is tragic. They want to try and work the map a little bit, but they've got nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Rubino is sort of posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time, but he TPing into the relay bolt. Flickless though, sharp shooting, gets himself set up. Backside. And crucially, Bank's still in play, so need a smoke to come back online for him. As 30 seconds are left in the round to probably cover up. Yep, that spot in spawn. But Ara has had time to get here with the
okay, John QT double.
Smoke. Realizes Flickless is there for the taking, and Bang maybe doesn't know the lay of the land.
He tried his level best tray.
Another 3 for John, but not enough for Sentinels. That's the 6th round to hand for Giant X.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam to the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Gravino.
This just never should have been that close. 4 on 2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke. All right.
Hey, you got to be feeling good here. Tough first map. Much improved on Sunset. They're going to thrust down mid again. They're going for an RN.
Yeah.
Sentinels barely get out of bed before getting clotheslined. Ara finally taken down, but once Sen cannot get 10 seconds into the round with 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play out of the GX strat book that we've seen from them before, and no team seems to know how to stop them.
I hope Paper X
the combination of their initiator util, the push down mid, a push through B main. There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight. And then there's that recon up top. It's just, they run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's a neural theft for John. Sees all of this at top mid.
2v3.
Baited into that
John QT, the man in form.
Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously. Just good that he had support from Flickless for that instant trade.
Second doubled his entire kill total in that round, Wyatt. He had a quiet outing up until this point. John has been making plenty of noise. This timing is going to hurt them, though. Tell you what,
I'm feeling bad, actually.
Flickless exits around with 3. GX 5-round lead. These guys really lock the map down.
This is just where they're at their best. It feels like even if you prep for the rounds like this that are going to be thrown at you, it just doesn't even matter.
Dude, the util comes in perfectly for Ara.
This is just what they are best at. Look at how all of that util is placed on the map so perfectly. And it's that fault line that comes from B main that just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tiles, which is even covered with a dark cover, so Aura doesn't need to focus on the left. He can just fight right.
It's all set up
so
for him.
Good.
And in situations where we've seen GX, go for similar plays, or if Ara notices that he's a little bit ahead of this util, he will slow down. Like, this is so well drilled from this GX team. They set Ara up for success so often. This is a hand wringer for Kaplan.
This is stuff that Sen, I think, are expecting. They absolutely should be. They knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen them run this stuff. They know it's going to come eventually, but it's another thing to actually have to deal with it in the moment.
I guarantee you, both coaches knew the exact 3 maps that would get played in this series when they came in.
Yeah,
I think
their map pools just have so much overlap.
Yeah. But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the veto. So now Sentinels have to generate some momentum here. GX are locking them out of the map, and they're not doing it passively either. They are assertive, they are proactive, and they're more than happy to get into the face of America's number 3 seed.
Now Aura's picked up this Outlaw, knowing that everyone on Sentinels is just going to be on the light armor. He'll be controlling that B main side, and the rest of GX on account of that can really put the emphasis on stacking A together.
Gravino here is going to be forced back. Timing not quite on his side, but the paranoia came out enough to act as a relief valve. Flickless might try and work this angle with him. Not affected by the C's, but sprayed down as those bullets were intended for Gravino.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags, slow movement.
ये 8-4 नहीं होता तो scene है.
He's all the way out of B main, holding the exit. So,
okay.
I mean, GX, they know where Sen are hitting. They know that they're going A.
I mean, this is just breaking conditioning for Sentinels, who probably just aren't used to being in some of these positions. Ara, in no hurry to push off that. Full trust in the rest of GX to lock this A side of the map down, but this is where push comes to shove. Zekin gets onto the side behind the box, but the aftershock came through. And Cloud
वही गेम है ना, नियॉन पूरा बी में अगर पुश है.
Cleaned up. Now Ara decides to get a little active, catches Zelsis out. Timing certainly works in his favor. Her west side will step in when needed. Flawless round and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense side.
They really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the site when the hit comes in. And second getting stalled up in the back box. That was essential for the win there. And obviously Aura just getting the entirety of the map controlled by that outlaw, flanking out a B main and holding their exit. Yeah, that was somewhat important too. Just a comprehensively great round from GX, who are running away with their pick.
Yeah. And Sentinels are struggling to adapt why they've not found a gear that suits them against GX.
And Aura has actually kept this outlaw, does have a few 125 HP targets.
Zekin and John, though, they're the ones with armor. So John can have some confidence pushing into this.
Much faster from Sen. They're going for that three-prong sight exec, splitting from multiple sides.
Now, how do they deal with the anchors, though? West side's going to be dug in here, but Narrate steps up with the Guardian. They know, yep, Prowler confirms. West side in the corner and only gets his one. Stinger goes to work for John. And a Nightfall now to catch the players rotate in. 2 pings at Boba. Tells the whole story for Sentinels.
This is a pace adjustment from Sen that GX were not expecting. Ooh. Crucial win from Gravino.
Ugly stuff with the Stinger, but util in hand for when Narrate steps up to the plate. And now it's on Cloud and Flinkless to make their way through a smoked out Boba. Money, damn good for GX, and it might be worth going for it, but they are caught off the site. Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the bark wide. Nice swing. That second down. Narrate steps
Hell no, bro.
Might just be him
Hell
right now. Bang is all over the place.
It was a 2v3, mate. It was a 2v3.
Unbelievable retake from GX. It's Cloud just able to isolate. He gets that 1v1 against Zekin, ready for the swing from Narrate next. He is going insane on this map.
That is really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of play, and is yet only 21 years old. And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to Sen.
Yeah. Oh, is it indicating we won a 2v3 against you, I think?
Like, Zelsis stood up after they won round 2, and since then, Cloud has just been giving it to him.
It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back Sentinels are playing early. They're expecting some nonsense because Hunter's Fury is active. Cloud doesn't give it
Spawn
to
में खेलो.
Sen will be allowed to work the map here, but is it just them being given more rope? Mark is probably the loosest held part of the map here for GX, along with top mid now that pressure's come in.
And after just an absolute all-star performance from Zekin on that map 1, here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util. Has really had no opportunities for clean entries.
No ping, though, being set up just yet. Looks like the Sober Dart comes in a little late.
Flickless has maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some util,
go.
but Sen are ahead of it.
All right, gets the jump on him there. It's going to be a relay bolt. Narrate just stuck to the ground, transfixed. Watches the sword fall. The Sentinels are waiting on. In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on Giant X.
Double legends.
Spike is heavily within enemy territory, and John has to stand and face the music.
I mean, look at that setup that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to fault line through main. Off that, the Hunter's Fury gets significant damage through. Makes Sen scramble in their positioning. They have this double setup in elbow. What can Sentinels do? Honestly, what can they do?
Sick. Honestly, the protocols have been incredible, and so many different set plays here for GX that have just kept Sentinels off their balance for the entirety of this attack side.
This is GX at their best, without a doubt. It's on this Sunset map, and it's with this play style.
Let's now send it over to Lou, who's standing by with GX co-streamers Lembo and Sandra.
मैं वॉशरूम जाके आया Oh, the comeback is coming, boys.
Conversely, for
The
GX, if they can try to maybe round the world, get the orbs, they can get towards that Rolling Thunder early. They've been able to get Flickless the one so far.
Economically, Sentinel's never really able to get in the game on the first half. That's
एक
evidenced
glide
by
बन
Zek
करता हूँ guys,
leading it
थोड़ी
with
देर के लिए
4
थोड़ी देर
kills.
के लिए खाली एक glide
Except for
बनेगी।
when they win the eco on round 2 and then get subsequently eco on round 3 and the economy is cooked.
Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty
रुको
patient.
ये आली चालू रख के
Definitely more lean into the B direction. They'll have anchoring presences here, including John once more ready to shut him down from Boba. Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by his util usage and now hitting a paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there, Bulldog sings out, good damage. Cloud on the side, somehow able to win these very unlikely scenarios, but Ara is contained by Bang. Matches his freak, so to speak, and Cloud at 19. It's caught on the site, Bang knows he's coming and is trained on that corner. Still not enough to get him out of there. Cloud getting some ridiculous 1v1 moments. That'll be Sentinels convert on the pistol one.
GX will be super happy with that. They get the spike down, they get a couple kills, and it's Cloud, who's now one away from getting a Hunter's Fury. That's easily going to be the first ultimate that'll be used in this game. You'd have to imagine, right? So not too bad for them.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some of the attack side calling from Cloud, and he's maybe sort of less experience being pointed out, but yeah, this is not the start that we're looking for on the attack side anyway. Now we get to see a little bit though of what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud. Not to mention that Hunter's Fury just a whiff away.
Fault line set up if there's going to be some aggression from Sen towards A main. The GX could go for a bit of a refight here. But it's just a safer cross setup for the Sentinels defense at the moment.
This fault line likely set up reactively here or to set Ara up.
And now they can get more aggro with it, especially with that drone getting the information.
Okay. So it's good reactive fault line that comes out from Flickless just to stop Sen pushing up. They really don't have any deep elbow presence. Look at them pulling back on A entirely.
They're slowing things down, getting into elbow right now.
They don't really have information of top mid Sentinels here, so at some point they're going to have to start looking over their shoulders there at Link. Just giving that part of the map up.
Honestly, feels uncharacteristically slow right now for GX. Hoping that someone from Sen will maybe overextend. That Prowler's going to get the information on Aura in the corner.
I'm looking for decisive calling on this execute from GX. Waiting until, of course, some of that key util cycles back.
Yeah, they get that fault line back up, and now it's go time.
Onto the side, runs in to narrate first. It's going to be Bang, no credit with the kill. Bang gets ahead of that dark cover, and now the paranoia comes down late. Gravino thought he had the drop on narrate, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The rain eventually falls, and there it is. Nice little flash through the smoke. Little two-piece from GX now. Assume control of the side.
Westside peeks out, might be able to catch him. Second.
Timing.
Gets the opening with the Outlaw.
Relay bomb might make things hard on the side. That's John downed. Westside sharp as attack, folks.
Nice try.
And Cloud will hold his ground there on the side.
20 for 8 right now.
Yeah, we've had 15 rounds of play.
Map 3 incoming guys. 5 लोग देख रहे हो. Map 3 incoming है. देखते हैं. Sentinels का last map देखेंगे और क्या.
He might just do it.
Yeah,
Cam whiff.
Yeah, some interesting classic moments as well. The first couple of rounds kept him in the game.
I love how Westside repositions for those fights there.
Dude, John got wrong.
Gets that kill on Narrate, then immediately gets back to play off contact so he can swing Link. Really intelligent stuff from him.
Going from, you know, bottom of the table in kickoff stage 2 to literal world caliber should be studied. GX, it's unreal how they've come alive. And now we're finally getting to see what they're made of in the second map of the series.
John has the trip set up for backside control. We'll see if they try to make their way out at all. Second, I know John does get that catch.
Yeah, Ara in the corner. Still a lot of side control for GX. Now they are deep. They can anchor in the post plant. Grabinho very mindful of a sort of off-timing push out of Boba, though.
And Zelsis, he does have that full kit to get back in. Narrate's still Prowlers to play with. This Seas as well. Sen have all the tools.
Hunter's Fury, though. Cloud going to try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away. Some damage done. Sentinels are against the clock. Need to get in here. Stinger there for Zelsis. Looks like fault lines avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game. Not too shabby, but second is up on the side.
Zuki gets one. Zuki gets one only. Narrate.
Narrate's got to step up in his absence. Does Bang. Tough job. Someone's going to do it. And Flickless puts the round to bed. 12-4 for GX. Just dominant.
Haven बहुत basic हो जाएगा बे.
They can't get it done at all on this map. It feels effectively over. GX just one round away. They're a 4-on-5. Sen have all of the initiator tools to get back in. Full kits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even then, Flickless not in the ideal position for that 1v1.
Doesn't matter.
Adjustment wins it out. mental play from him.
I feel like Haven is such a wild card map to look towards our third here. Sentinels have to have put in some extra work there. When GX get to control the tempo, they look head and shoulders above.
Sen have just had no inroads on this map whatsoever. And it feels like the second they find some kind of advantage, GX just absolutely storm them in the round, and it is done. Their game plans on this map are just genuinely fantastic on both halves.
It's going to work mid again. Pretty underboard. Sentinels here. Zek and Dobbs should go out, look for something. The setup was there for him.
Yeah, cosmetic stun. Just one taps him. Cool. That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back, meet up with the rest of their teammates in B main and try to close this game out.
Two pretty one-sided maps back-to-back if this round goes the way we expect it to. Some volatility's been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bang. They get some set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in that corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the site. Cloud with the plant. Now, going to be forced out of the cubby by that after shot, and John's going to have to get active. Another Cybercade set up. He does not want to show himself. I get it, but Ara and Cloud already racking him up, and John eventually falls. Delta's pees in, gets one. That will put him to bed. And Sentinels, well, they let the keys in the car. They didn't turn up the sunset, I'll be honest with you. Invisible. GX absolutely flatten them. Straight out of the gates. It's a cliffhanger that leaves the American squad absolutely reeling.
360 ACS for Cloud, who dropped.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. All good. Arcane Gauntlet, level 2, Arcane Gauntlets. ये लेना है रे.
Match found.
क्या हुआ ये?
Match found.
मेरे को लगता है मैच फाउंड और किसी ने इंस्टेंटली ऑल्ट F4 कर दिया.
They have no idea how heartless I am.
GCB आने वाला है ना. बोला ना GCB तो आने वाला है. क्या 1 घंटा लगा रहे हो बे? अबे माँ कसम, 2 आयरन वाले. उधर तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली है.
Reloading.
Not ready yet. Reloading. Not ready yet.
Reloading.
Let's begin.
Raise dead. You're done. Cut in their vision. Not ready yet.
Charge your ults.
Four.
क्या है भाई? कौन सा आइटम की कौन सी नहीं है?
10 seconds until stage change. You're finished.
Not ready yet.
Reloading.
Stage 2.
Finished.
Reloading.
Destabilizing.
Here.
Done.
मैं जानबूझ के स्टिंगर यूज करता हूँ।
Four. Blocking sight. Reloading.
Four dead.
Enemy down.
क्या है भाई? गुर्र गुर्र दामियों गुर्र कर रहा है।
Jet stabbed her way to a rampage. There they are. 10 seconds until stage change. Try again. Stage 3.
आजा।
Raise dead.
Oh my god.
I don't think so.
You are trash as shit, man.
Reloading.
I winning.
Reloading.
ऐसा कर रहा है कि कोई
Ultimate orb spawning.
My ult ready. They will cover.
सारे मेरे
Embarrassing.
New stage in 10.
सो मैं ये दबा दिया रे
Final stage.
Poor wretch.
Fire in the hole!
Crouching Crouching Babili.
Still in sight.
भाई साहब 3 क्लास पे हम जाने का खेलने का लगा ही था वो वहीं पे खड़ा है भाई हमारे में येड़ दो
Charge your ults.
पता ना मैंने मूवमेंट ही नहीं किया कर रहा ना
Got 3. My ult is ready.
No distraction begins.
Pathetic.
Crazy मारे रे 3.
Stopping fire.
बिना डिसमिस और बिना डीएम में होल्डिंग कर रहा है. प्रैक्टिस है. बैठे रहे उधर ही.
Stealing sight.
Breaking them.
My ult is ready. Reloading.
I have 15 kills remaining.
So dead.
Making cover.
आएगा. इसमें भी हम लोग स्ट्रैट लगा रहे. मैं उधर से जाता हूँ तू उधर से. भाग दिया मैंने. आ जाओ. अल्टीमेट वेपन है ये.
They will cover.
ये दबाया मैंने. मरेंगे.
Embarrassing.
It's you and me.
Guys are trash. That's all it. Lost.
Oh, dark cover. Zekin wants to go in though off that recon.
All right, men at the door. Zekin bypasses them entirely and then decides to get on out, drawing a lot of attention. And now they're going to make the dive here through garage. West side flattens Zelsis all over him like moss on a rock. No chance to recover.
Zelsis gets
one with red.
Yeah, just a sheriff bullet penetration going through default box. Now 2 players from GX ready to face onto Zelsis. He doesn't want to take that duel right now though. He can just take things easy, slow down.
Coming. That paranoia doesn't hit narrate, so we can stand to be the first to the action. Not Gromino on flickless again, surely not. It's the Polish player alone. Zelsis waits for him to step out into the sun. Still, a mildly furrowed brow for Sen's fans. That could have gone either way.
That was an interesting little round. I mean, that's a pretty classic move on a pistol. Try to sell that B fake with your Neon who can get in, get out, pivot into the C split through garage, drone tags on the west side, and then he's lit up back box. Cool. That's a nice part of having the sheriff though on these pistol rounds is that you can actually shoot through that default box.
How does Gromino put that quick 2-piece together? Dangerous as always, but Sentinels at least get their pistol. That's what they came for. Nice little pivot there into C.
So we have this gamble sack from GX that is based on this paranoia from Gromino. If there's noise long, going to throw that out, and 3 players are ready to swing. But it seems like Sen are probably going to be dodging that unless they go for maybe a late C split again.
I don't know if Narrate liked what he saw off that recon.
I don't know.
No Aldro
Map
used on that C position though, so tough to spot this out. But with the spikes being left, very much a default look for Sentinels, and they are so... I mean, I think Cloud has kind of put the fear of God in them here about turning up in random places on those eco rounds, so Sen have to be... They have to spend that much more checking these random corners, clearing really thoroughly.
Yeah, they've gone ahead and worked all of long. Completely silent. After that, drone was early, second caught, but quickly gets that
They
shot
can be
off,
like her
going down to the classic.
No stone unturned for Sentinels on this A side of the map, and Zekken barely gets out of that one alive. Now though, GX are going to have to play the A side retake, always difficult, with nothing board up. They do have all the breach utilities to spend, but the gamble stack does not eventuate.
Zelsis even waiting on this late little wrap through B. I have to say, it's tough for me to kind of rank where Sen are at with Haven in terms of their map pool right now. You know, map pool was something that Kaplan discussed heavily as an aspect of the game that they need to work on heading into these global events to actually get a trophy. And they played Haven twice in the second stage. It was against C9 and 2G in the regular, season part. They won both games, but just a very small sample size. So I feel it's very hard to evaluate where they're at the moment. And for GX, they've had moderate success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in stage 2. Beat Na'Vi a couple times here. So it's really tough, I think, to try to match this up.
And I think also we've got to take this map
I
into
don't
the
know,
context
man.
of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game.
I'm actually happy.
On the defense side, we've not really seen anything special from them. Happy, set plays, but this is the kind of round where they should start to rear their heads. The Sentinels, of course, still have a Stinger Bulldog Outlaw in the round.
Zelsis does fully invest into getting that Vandal. Early recon certainly going to be broken. Cloud taking the opportunity to spam through that standard A-long dark cover that Sen can use to claim this space easily.
So far, and this is small sample size of rounds, GX are a little less proactive. Again, it's a 3-site map. You're spread a little bit more thin. Losing a player on the extremity hurts a lot more than it would on Sunset, for example, where there's almost always someone else to back them up. Even like a 2-1-2 or even a 3-1-1.
Eyes are down.
Sen have maneuvered all the way back to this C side, which was vacant. Westside wants to get in backside. Will anyone actually be here in time to assist him, though? He wants to break the recon that might come in on that top left side, but it doesn't. It's just a drone, yeah.
Okay, well, they've got presence, though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Grabinho. Plenty of GX players here now. They're going to be lit as they come around the corner. Zekken, no tracks back and then forward. Almost had the better of Ara. But the guy is a little too quick with it. Westside,
let's go, let's go.
Out.
They are playing fast. They are playing good.
Still making his way over. And has the unenviable task of making his way into C from defense spawn side.
GX are able to rotate everyone into backside. Sen really slowed things down, but then eventually I do feel that kind of played to their advantage. They get a lot of clean fights. At the end there, Cloud even caught by Narrate. Lovely little kill, and is now just one away from getting that Hunter's Fury in terms of the orbs. Bonus round converted for Sen.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, if this late recon comes through. And GX, they really, feels like they kind of try to overfight there, with that double swing coming back default, and it sends patience getting into the site that does pay off. Getting that recon thrown back sight after the drone had given them front sight.
PTSD? That's a deep cut, John. Any knowers? Okay, so sending out. Pretty slow. They work slowly enough that
इस पे actually योरू और आइसो वाला कॉम्प बहुत बढ़िया रहता है आजकल. योरू आइसो कॉम्प वनीला बन गया था.
Explore down mid, try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
I'm not surprised to see Sen waiting for a push out of mid, for example. And actually, GX more interested in trying to allot the correct number of resources to the side that they think Sen's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any of that so far. Again, the weapons don't really maybe allow for it. They've made a gamble stack that looks unlikely to pay off for them. And honestly, that lurk wall over on the B side of the map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say, it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. Westside has made his way into this backside, but should be cleaned up, yeah.
Dimag.
It's this double controller with the Viper that has really been the trend in Americas versus the very classic approach to running Neon on Haven, where you're running double initiator with Breach and Sova. And I think a lot of people do have concerns when they see teams picking Breach on maps that aren't Sunset right now. And I do think that's valid, but GX have shown a real proficiency with that agent still, where their sequencing of utility is really effective.
Actually, the sequencing of utility from the side of GX is crazy. And people are not understanding it. मैंने ये के matches offline देखे हैं, मैंने Watchparty नहीं की. Because of obvious reasons.
Usually on the attack side, watch for any pushes out of garage, and lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake circumstances on that A side especially, which is so hard to get back into. But GX here don't really see any way to make an inroads on the map. Cloud always seems to just fare a particular way late in the round. No, it'll be GX perishing to the blast and hoping to hit the ground running in their second buy route.
All right, let's see if GX can finally stop this run of rounds.
Obvious reasons, bhai, dekho, time
is
one thing, secondary.
Obviously gives you a
I was working on my own casting as well.
The economy has finally gone to a place where Aura can pick up that operator.
Okay.
We definitely highlighted that on the previous two maps, how that is really a linchpin for this GX success on defense. Him just being able to control space somewhere so they can rotate elsewhere with the rest of the players. Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper. Having to deal with the wall does make the angles on A bit more difficult to work around.
I definitely feel like the texture of the game changes drastically when Aura has a scope weapon in hand.
All right, that trip front side going to be broken by the shock dart. Drone in first from there, right? Similar
So
to
those
what
are
we've
some
seen before,
things.
slower approach.
Address करनी है मेरे को.
Recon has
मैं
been
Insta पे एक लंबा video बना के address करूँगा.
Backside, we're just going to see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels have seen or not seen enough.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate has been drawn very fast towards C. They obviously saw GX willing to do that on a previous round when they sent that sequence of utility on the C site. So now they're going to maneuver their way elsewhere. I think this is some really good calling from John. This B site is pretty open. Cloud wants to get in there.
Dangerous though. Yeah. Knew there'd be some utility to draw out, but Cloud overextends onto the side. It was ultimately a fake for Sen. Something that's
This is kind of a 13-0 wala, matlab.
GX though, convinced that was for real, and they get punished for it.
Wow, they have just been baited into all of these angles. Aura is absolutely going to be saving this off. Really excellent calling there from John, I feel. Just activating that same early util on C that drew all the rotates on the bonus round that they converted.
Oh,
wow,
no
he's even going to
way.
catch this kill onto Aura.
It's free, man.
But then drawing the rotates, pivoting to B.
भाई साहब Sen के supporters.
They turn around. All of those GX players who were drawn out, baited out, they collect the kills, pivot to C where they've left. Zelsis inserted deep. This was a really excellent round from Sen.
मतलब ये एकदम perfect timing है वे इंडिया के हिसाब से 6:30 से 9:30 फिर 9:30 से 12:30 पकड़ के चलूँ मैं.
Has come up to them in VOD review because it is something that
Normally people in India sleep around 12 से 1 के बीच में. Average on.
And they underestimate their opponents. Big punish as a result. Cloud definitely a lot quieter in this
Metro
match.
City इसमें तो खास कर.
Now needs to get the troops rallied as Pipson is going to dial in and see what needs to be fixed in this timeout.
वही है ना Metro Cities में तो खास करके. भाई साहब 40 व्यूज क्रेजी, मतलब क्रेजी कर लिया रे तुम लोगों ने. 5 की वॉचिंग, इधर 5-6 4-5 की वॉचिंग, इधर भी 4-5 की वॉचिंग. क्रेजी कर दिया अभी तुम लोगों ने कमबैक मेरा. मतलब मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था एक दूसरा.
Half buy that they've got going.
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh, wow. So that's a recon paranoia with a stun from Aura into window. All of Sendo, they're stacked up towards this seaside. Site is going to be totally free.
He's bang.
Yeah, him teleporting up top while Zekin runs in so they can double face back Site, but it is not going to be held by a single GX player who is indexed in that mid play.
Yep. I like the set play. It give a lot of map control over, allow to
Simple.
contain, but there's no pressure coming from C Long because there's KJ util that can obviously read it as it comes.
This round is as good as
Bhai,
done.
इसको
Nice
क्या?
shot from the second. Westside was already
He's back.
on
Tekken's back.
such low HP.
Ara and Cloud. Don't have a lot to say about this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke. Set up inside Garage here, and once again, there will be a player late in the round for Sentinels trying to punish this. But no one's looking in Zelsa's direction. And yet Cloud whips on him.
Easy.
Pretty
6-0.
unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted. No result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury is that Celsius, even at the end there with a kill and the death, now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still haven't
Okay.
an op to hand, I would think. At least the option to go for one.
Maybe if, Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere. This time, Sen, they want to go very fast towards teleport cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's stunned.
Okay, well, Sentinels conditioned to a little bit of a slower early round from GX and don't really see the mid pop from them in the previous one, so think they can still play in that fashion.
And there's a stronger A fight from GX. I do like to see that, but this is a good response from Sen. They have gone so quickly towards this C side. Can GX flood in to support West side now?
West side Tux gets the perfect drop, and
Pahla round.
second is lit inside that cage. Too easy for the Cypher, and finally West side gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, not the timing would have hoped for, I suspect.
No, pahla round.
And now Narrate, unsuccessful in trying to crack the remainder of this C-side open. Finally, Giant X get on the board on Haven.
Signs of life. I like how they played that round from start to finish. It's that A fight, very aggressive, fault line comes through, recon into lobby. It was on a round where Sen wanted to go for an A fight of their own. They are completely caught off by that breach util. And then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way deep towards Plat, gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how that util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play from before, the relay bolt, paranoia, and the
takes his
recon.
space back though. He's there in the second Wyatt. Ara brought down. Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Second's got to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but could still be spammed down. As Corbino wants to push up outside of lobby. Chaotic early round, leaves Sentinels down to 2.
The Westside stayed fully committed out of Garage, caught off Celsius, and now the neural theft would
buddy.
reveal these remaining 2 players. It's a 1v1. Oh, second won that. Round looking very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless.
अगर वो मारा होता ना
Oh, they got all the info. John can't get anything done outside of the purview of GX. They know it all. Now, those thin walls may be his undoing. Flickless wants to step up.
Nice
John
try.
doesn't have the mechanics to answer.
कोई ना.
GX up to 2 rounds. Finally, we're starting to see some of their personality from EMEA's number 2.
Surge of energy coming into this team after an absolute drought. This is the play they ran on that prior half by. This time Sen were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP. And they're pushing out of A, and they're pushing out of Garage. That was that play exactly as intended.
And Ara
considered as they drew it up.
Ara considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play the passive line hold game. They want to brawl and do it again.
They want to fight for this A lobby. Very hard. Gravino gets the first. He gets the second even.
That's not where that came from. Zelsis was cut down in the corner there, and Bang is revealed, able to take 2. That's all he's going to get. That's the best he can do to give John a shot in this round. The money starting to dwindle. It's getting a little low for Sentinels, as this would be their 3rd consecutive round they've given away to the defenders.
GX, they are a team that can just suddenly capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round from the beginning of this first half.
John here has to keep it simple. Not surging out in that long direction. Has to make a correction here for Cloud, and he's in mid-air. IGL seals up another round for GX. And like he said after the first, 5 more to go. Well, they've managed to cut this lead in half.
5 also the number of ults that Sentinels have coming into this next 5. But hell, they've had a lot of them for a while. They haven't even had a chance to use them because GX are just sending it on them.
I think Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX. But it kind of amounts to him cowering in a corner while his team gets mowed down, and him with trigger discipline able to take 2 and then not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it was a cool position to get into, but then with Sen continuing to fight in lobby and just getting shot down by Grabinho playing down there in short.
We are getting what we asked for, though. We wanted to see GX disrupt Sentinels in these early rounds.
Yeah,
push up, make it hard for
needed.
Sentinels to work the map passively, and then make a pivot into a site that they could divine was being less populated by defenders. They just have to keep this up now. This is good. As Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start expecting these early round push-ups. This is likely to slow them down, which could also work for GX if they realize they've done this level of conditioning to the attack side.
Yeah, I mean, what, 5 minutes ago, we felt like this was about to be a Sen walk in the park. They were up 6-0. Every round was so effortless.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And now they're forcing the timeout.
Cloud is reaching up to put the collar on Sentinels right now, so they better have their wits about them. 5 ults, though. It's a good number. See a round here or there, 1 out purely on strength of those alone, so we'll see.
And now it looks like GX, they have a play to go down long. There's going to be a recon going in towards that seaside of spawn, fault line, relay bolt, Aura running it down, and John is just stuffed into that corner on account of the util. They know where he's going to have to reposition to.
Sentinel's obviously planning a pivot based on where that spike's been left. Celsius needs to stay alive for this lockdown to be a factor in this round. But he has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That is an important correction. A flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Now this A-side starting to crumble. Crack for Grabinho. Emerges with 2 very important kills. That is going to put GX with a shot in this round. A real one now as Ara gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang, cannot keep up. It's too pacey. Headshot, no dink onto Ara. Doesn't slow him down for a second. Slides in. And the overdrive will claim the final frag.
Second wanted to use his own ultimate, but while activating, is just rushed down by Aura.
Yeah, he's lost it now.
Who opens the round, closes it. It starts off another early round active play. This is just what makes GX GX and such a cool team to watch. John is isolated on that C side of the map. He goes down. And then, of course, Sen feel like we just need to accelerate into A. Also, massive credit to Grabinho, by the way. That 2-piece he had was so sick. And without that, the round is lost.
And it's crazy how frequently he is doing that. Even in these, like, eco scenarios.
Yeah, again, and started so slow, map 1, Grabinho, but he didn't let it get to his head. He has stepped up both Haven and Sunset.
Some part of the map, Ara has been taking liberties for the last 4 rounds in a row, and it's no coincidence that those have been defense side wins. Sen have also lost a little bit in that ult battery now. Still have a lockdown. They just have them now to get to the stage in the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up, and this won't spot Ara out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This is crazy. There are 2 Sentinels players right now.
John's going to die to this. Surely. John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate there under extreme pressure as well. Zekken trying to respond, but if Ara gets out of here, this is masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 Sen players in there. How is that? GX were fully expecting a C-side hit.
Bro, they're not going to get to cross for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Ara is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at Sen on the map.
Time short, bang, deep into spawn. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
It's going to be Ara, and they can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands. Spike recovered, but a pivot, a wise one, across the map will send them to see a site they've got little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft of defenders. Zekken has to stick this, no choice.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter. Going to get the spike down. Now how do Sentinels position themselves here? Lockdown thrown on default. Yeah, GX, they really don't have an opportunity to break it, and Zekken wants to take the space that it's creating.
Doesn't want to overpush there. Cam dealt with. Delsus also Has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in garage right now. Surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's... Okay, West Side is watching it. Will see the barrel? Yes, wins it out. That leaves second now. Oh, God, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Gravino on spike, and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have this. But he gets there. What a crucial round. The Red Bull clutch gets the Vibe Merchant on his feet. And much of Sin City in the crowd.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX can connect the shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
Jeez, they needed to come up for air though, didn't they?
I mean, that's how this run of rounds for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Well, they needed a bit of magic, Quiet. A drought of it. Ever since round number 6.
Kaplan made a gesture like, I'll take it. Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
Yeah, well, this can just be credited to the individual. That's just fine for Sen fans. Now, they're still in the Hunter's Fury. Also, if they ever get to a post plant, which has been tough, they'll have a pit. GX uncharacteristically played this round slow to start with. Bang, same sort of bait play. On side, Paranoia, but Ara's there to check if it's the real deal.
That immediate bolt thrown down, so no one can try to trade. Needs to get out of the way of the drone, but is a little bit too slow.
Viper's pick here, thrown inside B. Grabino now going to be decayed down if he lingers for too long. And Senna just headed elsewhere, leaving John behind to keep this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
Westside on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel, and now he can use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition, but a little bit too early. No one there to help.
Really exposed himself. Really showed too much leg there, Wyatt. And Zach and Franklin was waiting for a drift at the back of the site. The cyber cage wasn't enough to obscure him.
John, low HP, narrate, wins that out.
Foot off the gas so far for Giant X. Serving this round over to Sentinels. And Cloud, the IGL needs to get into the side in the 1v3, already down to 70. It's always good for one. That much we've learned today. But digging this high-low setup out is all but impossible. A late half recovery for Sentinels. They bounce back, but it takes this man on your screen to get them there. Just a moment of magic from the youngster. Zekin saves their bacon. In that round 11. Crazy stuff so far, and much to talk about, I'm sure, heading into the half. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of this decided map after this.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead.
Good recovery on the hand, baby. Good recovery.
Great recovery. Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute to go. YouTube पे और क्या आ रहा है? Hero is also watching it. ये सब क्या है बे? Live podcast stream, podcasting. ये सब क्या है? तारिक भाई, prisoner break, podcast now. कनक भाई लाइव है? कनक काय करतो है? किसके साथ खेल रहा है? महाकाल प्रणय, ये कौन है रे? Massive was also doing. अच्छा, मैसिव ने वेजी बॉय की स्ट्रीम लगाई है। वाह!
against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half. Someone who was frankly taking the game over on Sunset. It was like 20 and 5 at some point. It was pretty absurd. You can see the spend to damage ratio is what gives Zekin such a high econ value. And again, it's tough not to point him as the protagonist on this map. 13 kills, 7 deaths after that first half, and a disgusting, what was it, 1v3, 1v4 moment from that round 11. Keeps them with their head above the surging tides.
And now Sen, they started this map winning the pistol and then winning the bonus. That gave them that early 4-round lead and all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win this second half pistol to stay in the game.
Less of a gamble stack approach here for Sen and more just distributed heavily in that A direction. The wrinkling here is actually going to be fruitful. They've got confirmation of at least one player pretty far into A long, and Ara has already set foot over the threshold of A.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound cues. Util exchanged, but no gunfire. Everyone slowed down. Everyone stalled out.
There's a lot of Util drawn out of the defenders, Wyatt. Larrett here forced to fight. Westside will get away and avoid the shock dart reprisal. All of A main is populated by attackers.
Sen at the moment have not much reason to leave, though. At this noise cut, at this time, now they do. It's that B side that could be open, garage could be open, and GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to get in, exactly as Sen give it up.
Or Sen picked the worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at it.
Glass half full, half empty. Yep. Depends on your point of view.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
Now Flickless does have that fault line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall out the center retake.
Narrate can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And then having to play the retake after making the right call on the side, it's not too bad. Ara with the stopping power, back truck. Deals with Zekin at least, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Grabinho. 32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of the Omen, but Grabinho doesn't give him enough to work with. GX, get that pistol locked up.
They needed it with absolute desperation, and they got it. Perfect timing window to get into the site. Sen were staying on A, they were staying on A, they were staying on A, and after enough noise cut, had to be concerned about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util, that line with the, where you can throw the fault line into spawn. And by the time Sen get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages. The double swing potential here as Narrate shows shoulder, but sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util. And, well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these underarmor targets. Westside, yes, that's nice.
And lovely little shot. That aftershock good as well to push Narrate out earlier. Fault line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
Sandwiched.
We call that taking responsibility for what we start. Ball basically chunked him down to minimal amounts of health. Zelsis here will look to simply exit the round, hoping to get some value, even trade himself up. Never not shilling. You got to respect it. Also, the homage to Sufat BB, his quote-unquote boyfriend, as was discussed in the press conference. He was expressed some, regret that Wolves couldn't be present here. And I think seeing how they showed up in Toronto, many of us would feel the same.
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion, unless maybe Ara does go towards that B side. Nope, just going to run towards spawn. Hold up, wait. Potential for an orb.
All right, makes it a noise. There it is, Zelsis. Not too shabby. Nexus around with an orb. Ara down, but the Outlaw was given over to Flickless to preserve that. So no harm, no foul, really, if you're the attack side.
We just saw some good util here from GX. Nothing unbelievable, but just the standard ways of getting players out of those angles. All works out.
One enemy remaining.
As clean as they needed it to be. They saved the crucial guns. And now on this bonus, we're able to buy up
Giant
a rifle
takes,
for Aura,
giant takes.
Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has the Outlaw this round. The solo A main player.
GX were showing some real desire to get into that B site, but they slow things down. John forced away.
There's a Nano Swarm in the default location that would also slow them up. I think I'm trying to get some early util out of Sentinels. It's never a bad call.
And you would imagine the alarm bot in that spot will often be broken by a shock dart from Cloud. That's usually the standard.
I'm kind of sleepy
Second
now.
does spot out Aura in Garage. GX are getting a lot of map control right now, but Aura goes down to Celsius.
Yeah, just to send try and get 3 players on C. They've realized that they need to get in that B direction, and that's nice from Zek and Grabinho's. Mostly been good for their first one in this series.
Yeah, this is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
Only Bang and Zek susceptible to the one shot from the Outlaw right now.
And of course,
play it safe.
You know, when you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper Wall can come in handy as well. It's just a natural smoke for main.
Narrate takes a hit for that, tries to get him through the wall, but Flickless finds Zekin on the other side. Getting in from the garage side of the map, and Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well. Caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more breach, in fact. Down Flickless, puts center the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defuse goes Zelsis, living dangerously and punished.
इसे round कैसे throw कर सकते हैं?
Executes him with a pistol.
This is not the Sentinels we witnessed.
There is simply no way that Messi should be allowed to get away with a round win.
9-6 समझ में आता है.
3 versus 5, they convert. Sen with better weapons coming into this. I mean, ambitious little spam from Narrate. Flickless is just open holding the angle. Zekin peeks out. Celsius wasn't ready to be there for a trade. Little miscommunication.
The Viper Wall's not in play because they're trying to fight out towards mid. You can't tell me your protocols for dealing with the post plant on B aren't ironclad at this point, at this level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus round. So it'll come down to honest gun rounds as to who will win this game out. Oh my gosh, nice shot from Aura, putting them in position to convert here.
Light armor gets you there. I am a little nervous as a representative of the North American region. I won't lie. Aura now with the scope weapon back to hand. He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players. Now we'll look to take that mid.
Thrown down top mid from Bang. Zekin working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site. Drone over top will confirm that.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe find out if someone was hiding wrapped around the drone's view.
This Gara spot's starting to become a little more relevant now, Wyatt. As there's a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Bang sees Zara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient.
Nice.
Collected. And he'll have himself a frag. Second now with that fast lane, trying to get in Grabinho's direction. It's a bit of wayward.
क्या throw कर दे रहे?
And Zelsa's now finally on the wrap. But this spike's headed on to B. They are going to end here. West side though in a safe corner. Grabinho has the line covered and Zelsa's only has a classic. This is looking terrible for Sentinels.
The Celsius just no opportunity to upgrade that weapon. Flank from west side was
मेरे
perfect.
pick'ems गए.
Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players. How many times has Grabinho got a stunned kill, by the way, in this series? It's like the 3rd time we've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs 1 bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption. And GX, honestly, like a decent pivot after things start to go a little haywire at B. They don't leave the site. Just a little reposition.
Spam being exchanged. Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off, make sure they have that tool.
Aura with a judge here.
And the overdrive, of course.
Yep.
So can just use both of them when he pleases. Aftershock to break a common turret position will do so. So that's some passive info gain that Sentinels would have had on B, now removed.
Yeah, now
oh, no.
John has to watch it. Giving it to him. Okay. Ara says, well, that's probably a little bit more than I expected. Ways from the fast lane and plays. He's got no interest in trying to recover that weapon.
Sometimes it is like that. भाई फिर देखने का मन नहीं करता। अबे यार तुम इतना अच्छा लीड को इतने अच्छे राउंड्स को कैसा थ्रो कर सकते हो? हाँ, GX is playing good. हाँ यार, ये मेरे को नहीं मजा आता।
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no longer effective inside Garage. Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And Corbino, he had that from the shadow, so he can use that paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have full ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside, this late lurk through Garage. Flickless might even be a second player. Maybe Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here is beautiful. Westside so patient, so calculated. Emerges just as John had his back turned.
It's so over for Sentinels.
Karma, Giant Eggs, they are storming into the rest of the map. Looking really adaptable on this attack side.
Yeah, Giant X are always going to come in with some kind of cool set play around their ultimates. They've always got them. This time, it was working into C long, posting up Aura. You hate to re-clear a guy with a judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX running their Omen, their Breach, over towards A long. They use the stun, they use the paranoia, they're drawing all that attention from the shadows. Grabino right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're always going to throw something unique at you. They're always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but it likely will feature some smattering of Guardians and maybe not full util. But this is about the round. This is as important as it gets for the North American squad. Can they reverse their fortunes now? But so far they've struggled to really adapt to what GX are throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with, as was evident with those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
I mean, they just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in Garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
It's like GX are getting a lot of what they want here. The push up into Ara's position, free judge pick. It being on a Killjoy of all people, which meant that Westside could actually, pull a player into Garage, further thinning the defensive setup for Sentinels. Cannot afford to lose Senti so early.
So they have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require the attention of a second Sen player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on.
Yeah, you can't play off the site now.
Yeah, so Nerate has to be back at A jump spotting for eternity, basically.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but like you mentioned, it can leave them a little limited elsewhere. I mean, look at how passively Bang is holding B. Only the Killjoy util on the C side, but there's going to be early warning there, at least for Zelsis, who's not offered himself up as a free frag early. Alarmbot spotted out. They're going to accelerate into this. I don't know if the Sentinels can respond quickly enough. We're about to find out. Straight to the Nanoswarm they go. Some spray air out from Zelsis. Ara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the Poison Orb. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis, his spray through that smoke yields a kill.
Flickless quite low in HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a kill, that could certainly be enough to convert.
Every other Sen player also 1 orb away from ultimate. They could rip that, but Ara
look
just
at that confidence.
No other swing into that as well. There's no response. Ara doesn't linger for long enough either way. Grabino in trouble though, getting hammered out by that molly. Flickless has to stand tall on the side. His teammate is on the other side of that smoke, so needs to ping them out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it again. Hunter's Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the Zekin from back here.
Doesn't quite have a bead drawn on the spike location.
Doesn't
have
down.
Well played. 9-9.
Said, it was because Flickless used the ult, but he died before it went off, so he lost it.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
I feel like that happened to Zekin a few rounds back. When he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, it did. But I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah,
that is real rough for GX now.
6 snake bite in the corner. I think that forced.
Yeah, that forces Gravino out. Gravino out in the open. Yeah, he had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run out.
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
Maybe trying to make a GX-like play there for a second with Zekken pushing down Beard, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to over-invest in holding that site right now. It looks like Yezelsis is going to drift off of it pretty early.
And I have a drone from Narrate that's going into A long. It's of course not going to spot anyone out, so they can definitely remain confident in just playing other sides of the map.
Zelsis might be hoping for a lockdown mid-hit here to disrupt.
Yeah, and with this Celsius position, he's keeping the alarm bot online, and he's also in position for the lockdown if they need to retake on A. So Sen, they're just cool with playing over towards this C side. Second backside.
They might call for a Narrate Hunter's Fury here from Spawn. Second though, holding on it. Might have hit this TP, heard this TP come in. There's Cloud spotted. Yep, Hunter's Fury going to come from the Spawn side. Gravino walks into the sight line of Zekken, reveals himself, even though it was John that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. This Hunter's Fury slows things up for GX, but they are committed to this site, and Zekken is more than happy to hear it. There's the step up from West side, and the anchors are down.
Recon broken. Descent trying to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They know he's going to be there
right now.
Shock dart though, not enough to clear him out. Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the timing to leave that corner. The lockdown is going to give that control back to the defenders. How deep into the site can they get?
Just going to come down to spam.
That's how we have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt util-wise.
Cloud gets that Recon back and the fault line is up.
Zelsa's lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows exactly where Bang is, and they're waiting for Zelsis too. Every contingency accounted for GX. And an important conversion here in round number 19.
GX had a really quality second wave fight into backside. He was here with Westside, with Flickless, picking off that player towards Plat. Because initially it was Aura. He went in with one of those breach flashes, but goes down right away. Then there was a cage spawn. No one could flood, no one could help. Then they refight backside, claim the kills on the anchors. They force Sen into a bad economic spot. Look at what they've got remaining. Not very much. It's John with a hero rifle. He certainly had some heroic plays. He has gotten some pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
It's time to dig deep. If you're an America's fan, Stinger Ghost, Phantom. Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once they dip their toe in. This breach util, though, is going to be something that Sen have to contend with. It's dangerous to anchor against it, Wyatt.
But they are gambled correctly. 4 players ready to go here on this site. Did GX sniff it out?
Did they see the second player there? I think they've had enough. Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some haste moving towards C. Totally empty. Going to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zelsis is going to hear a fair bit of this, and he'll know. He's even pushed ahead of the Viper wall on the B side of the map, so might be looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels with Overdrive and a Phantom.
Despite, unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, a couple rounds ago, Flickless has made a lot of progress towards getting one for the end of this game. Could be used at a pivotal moment to close this out for GX, but right now they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, Westside's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to stem the flow of Sentinels players, and they get absolutely bloody.
It is over. It's over now. It is over. Let's go, GG.
GX just stuffed them in the choke. Fighting together, swings from all angles, overdrive, and no value. Zekken has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
No, he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get Sen back in it? They're down 11-9. Sen, who we absolutely expect to be at Champions, versus a GX who we still don't know how the hell they made it here.
And honestly, the work that GX have put in over the last couple of months is really showing fruit.
No, we certainly get it now. Hunter's Fury from Cloud coming into that. Sight not getting any tags. GX will slow things down for but a moment. Relay Bolt. Now Aura through.
Zen have lost their re-clear info though off this overkill. And GX don't quite have the storm for the post plant. No controllers up to the attack side here, and yet that allows Bang just to peer into the mix, see what is there. West side served up. They'll stay in the site. GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing again. It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Now it's just Bang. Has to clear Graffiti, but there's a crossfire from the drop. He gets that first up to Aura, but the adjustment isn't there. It's as you said, GX is so ready to fight together when Sentinels are coming in. They hit all of the shots.
They no smokes, no paranoia, nothing to give them a material edge in terms of util. It doesn't matter.
No, it is straight up raw aim. It's Aura getting crucial kills. Besting Zekin here on this final map of the series. His champion's debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21 and 16. Outlaw to hand, overdrive in the back pocket. Should have been required. Match point here for Giant X. Sentinels have languished, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from Giant X, but it just does not quite work as well for them. And now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one all away from getting that Rolling Thunder. Narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Aura once again, steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinked out, no, he's there, he's cut down so easily, it's on second again. 2 kills will have to be enough for John and Zelsis to put it together.
West side on the lurk, isolates John. It's all on Zelsis, miles away, only has the stinger. Flickless even has the Rolling Thunder on account of the plant. This one is as good as done.
Not the auspicious opening that Sen City were hoping for as they took to the stage here in Paris. But it's much the same fashion that they'd limped out of America's playoffs with. Question marks over the map pool, question marks over the individuals, question marks over their postseason prospects. But now we have an answer, at least for now.
Up against a GX team that finished 7th, 8th in kickoff, 9th, 10th stage 1. They bring in Aura, they bring in Flickless, and they've just won their first game at Champions.
And it just turns out the Giant X of the Goliath in this parable. Sentinels completely neutralized, often disrupted, set off balance by these aggressive push-ups for Giant X on the defense side. And on the attack side, they get to lean into Aura's dueling potential.
चलो guys, I'll be leaving, meeting you maybe tomorrow, maybe not. NRG का गेम है, आने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट फ्रेंड का बर्थडे अगर सेलिब्रेट करने जाना हुआ तो वो जाएंगे. Till then, bye bye, take care, see you, love you.